Testing. Hi everybody, we are about to start. Please take your seats. If you are one of the Absa employees, we have a reserved seat for you right at the front, because this is a Absa event as well as the speakers. So speakers, also please join the reserved seats. I see there's no one sitting there, so we need to get you moving there. We're about to start, so please make your way in. Thank you.
A warm welcome to the JSE. Please do pay attention to the following important health and safety procedures that will ensure your safety while visiting the JSE. The building is fully monitored by a fire and smoke alarm detection system. That means the entire JSE building, including the basement parking and deck area, which you will find outside the JSE's entertainment area at the back of the building, is a no smoking zone. A lovely smoking area with couches and other seating has been created at the southeast end of the building, next to the deck. We have an ER24 medic and trained fire teams on site who will respond to all emergencies. In the event of an evacuation, please calmly follow the running exit main signs located throughout the premises and exit the building. Our concierge, help desk staff and security will help guide you outside the building where you will be directed to an assembly point. Once at the assembly point, please participate in our roll call and remain outside the building until instructed otherwise. The same safety protocols will apply when evacuating from the basement parking area. Please note that if an evacuation occurs, you will not be allowed back into the basement parking or the building. To retrieve your vehicle from the underground parking, await instruction from the emergency controller confirming the building's safety. Bathroom facilities are located on the left and right side of the help desk area and are clearly marked. Thank you for listening to the safety briefing as we continuously ensure your health and safety while at the JSE.
It's coming.
It's coming, it's coming.
Welcome, everybody.
Women in tech, technical difficulties. So, morning, everyone. While they're just getting up the right video to get our day started, I just want to say thank you for coming on this freezing cold day to join us for as we celebrate Women's Day, Women's Month. Let's just call it a month, right? We don't just have the day. So that we can actually put a spotlight on some very important issues and actually really create a safe space where we can be seen, be heard, and be boldly visible. So welcome. Give yourselves a round of applause for just arriving and giving yourself the time, investing in yourself. Are you ready?
Okay, this is just to get you guys into the mood of being bold and visible. We're watching you.
See the light, feel the fire.
And you're allowed to dance if you like. You know, any moves are good.
Yeah, every step takes us higher. Using tech to inspire. Chasing what you desire. Through the clouds to the wire. Only we can heal our land. Accelerate the action plan. Just keep going. Boldly visible. Can't hide the shine. Boldly visible. We cross that line. Here we stand. Here we climb, boldly visible every time. Only we can heal our land, accelerate the action plan. Just keep going, boldly visible. Can't hide the shine, boldly visible. We cross that line. Here we stand, here we climb, boldly visible every time.
So I was very rude. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Melissa Slaymaker. Myself, Erica Reeves, and Walani Mabaso started the South Africa chapter for Women in Tech about 5.5 years ago. And we have hopefully, actually just by a raise of hands, who's already been to a Women in Tech event before? It's quite a few. It's about half the room. So there's a few newbies. So you guys are in for a treat. Every event we try and make a bit different with a different theme and a different focus. This year's theme is Boldly Visible. Like I kind of hinted to it, we want to put a spotlight on conversations that we don't normally have. So today, we want to create a safe space for you to ask questions, engage, be present, just really invest the time in actually getting questions answered that you might be thinking about, because we have some amazing speakers lined up for you. And I just wanted to say thank you to Absa as well. They are our sponsor for today. So thank you so much to Absa. And they have also been very involved with creating this event. So you'll see a lot of inputs. It's not just a sponsor by, funding, but sponsor by actual caring and input and actually making this event really special. So thank you so much.
It's good afternoon to everybody. I was just looking at all the bold colors and I'm like, yo, goodness, guys, this is beautiful. Thank you so much for showing up with such bold colors. I'm not wearing heels, so I feel slightly shorter. I must try and move this. I thought maybe let me just share a few thoughts before we get started. When you look at Women's Month, there's a lot of activity happening. People are doing different events. And I think for a lot of us as women, we can look at some of these things and we feel quite tired and maybe to some extent not wanting to be involved because we're like, it's so much. But can I also just perhaps maybe take a moment and remind you why this matters? Nelson Mandela said, freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppressions. So when you look around you and you really take time and check what's happening around you, you will see that we'll still sit with a lot of oppression. I don't want us to labor the point, but that's the reality. Again, when you look at the South African landscape at the moment, we've got a youth who's not working, really trying to get more done. And I want to just say, we need to be looking at investing in youth skills and investing in a brighter future. And what better way to do that than to actually focus on the skill set of the future and making sure that tech is in the forefront. In my view, gender equality can't wait. It's time to act, invest, and accelerate progress on gender equality and women's rights. As I want to remind all of you sitting here, may you remember that you are smart, you are strong, and you're worthy as well as powerfully made. As you sit in this room, you're surrounded by amazing women, phenomenal women. Take a moment, get to know them. Get to spend time with somebody you don't know. Give them a very tight squeeze and a hug just for them being here. It's worthy to be noted and celebrated. We welcome you and enjoy the day. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, I think that was a great start to the day. And just to tell you all that you are looking marvelous. Just want to say a big shout out to JSE for their absolutely awesome support. AV team in the corner, Linda and her catering team over there. I'm sure we've all had a really good start to the day. So we want you to sit back, relax, enjoy, participate, engage, be bold, ask questions, and really get your money's worth from today. Okay. All right, and we want to see, everybody asking what the questions of each other, engage, network. This is the prime opportunity to do that. But just the hugest thank you for your support. Without you, we couldn't do what we do, and your support and funding allows us to do the impact opportunities that we really strive to do and improve the situation, particularly for our youth in terms of diversity, education, and connectivity, which is obviously such a big challenge in our country. So without further ado, I also want to introduce you. You guys might see the screen over here, and you've seen the lovely convo when we've come in, which I think we want to give them a round of applause, and I'm going to ask Chelsea to come up here and tell you a little bit about convo, because this is a really new and amazing, and thank you, Pelile, for putting us onto them. We love it. Chelsea, come tell us.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having us here today. Convo is an accessibility solution using technology to bridge the gap between the hearing community and the deaf community. We support organizations to bridge that gap because there's a huge community of deaf and hard of hearing South Africans that deserve and need equal access to opportunities. So we would love to help support as many businesses as possible to help you enlarge your customer base and to help us spread that awareness around inclusion and accessibility. It's as simple as scanning a QR code. and we'd love to share more information with you later. We've got a little table outside, so feel free to come and talk to myself or my colleague Yuvani, and we'll share more information with you. Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting us today. We really appreciate it, and we love accessible and inclusive events. Thank you.
This is just so that you know who Women in Tech is if you haven't joined us before.
Women are tech's most untapped resource. Not only is creating diverse teams ethical and will drive more economic growth, but future-proofing the job opportunities of women will ensure sustainable communities worldwide. Women in Tech is committed to actively promoting girls' and women's empowerment in STEM. We are present in 6 continents with thousands of members. Our power as a global movement is demonstrated by working magic every day. We create impact through action to build skills and confidence, setting women up for success.
So it really is a global movement, and like I said, we started the South Africa chapter about 5 years ago, and our family, our volunteers, when I say family, they're like our volunteers, they're like family, right? You know who you are. So thank you so much for your time that you also spend just volunteering for Women in Tech. It's really amazing. But I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, who's going to be doing our welcome address from our sponsor, and that is Dr. Pelile Mkhize. Before you come up, let me just read your very impressive little bio. She's the Chief Operations Officer and for Technology at Absa Group, a seasoned IT digital executive with over 20 years of global experience across banking, telecoms, even mining and insurance. She holds a doctorate in business administration and was a top student in her class at Henley Business School International Executive Development Program. She's very passionate, and what I can tell you, she's very, very passionate because she even came with us to Dubai when we had our global awards a couple of years ago. And just really a great mentor, advocate for women in tech, and we're really thankful for you, Pelile, for just supporting women in tech. So let's welcome Pelile Mkhize.
What time is it? Yes. Good day, everyone. And in a very cold Joburg, I see people that are online, and a very, very warm welcome to everyone. I had prepared a speech, but once I saw Convo on the screen, I realized that actually I want to talk about something a little bit different, and it's relating to Convo. So the guys came and basically pitching an idea, and there was, let's try and understand how the application works. And I get on a call, start talking, around, hey guys, how are you? And then I was notified that actually we are still waiting for the interpreter. That was a light bulb moment for me, that here I am coming into a meeting, it's a Teams meeting, and I'm assuming that everybody that's in the meeting is more or less abled like I am. They can see and they can hear. And I think in that moment, I realized that sometimes we talk about inclusion without necessarily understanding what it means. And inclusion also involves gender inclusion, which is why we are here. Because we do feel, it's August, you guys know the stats. We do feel like there is still quite a lot of work to be done. We are just one portion. There are others that we also need to support, because in their eyes, in their ears, in their feelings, actually we are much better. And I think as a result, in our own very small sphere of influence and control, let's just be open-minded on, if we talk about inclusion, are we really being inclusive are we really including others? And again, it happened because we're not perfect, right? I'm like, Bev, Women in Tech is coming up. I need the team from Convo, just one person to come and join, because, we're demonstrating we are inclusive. And then Bev comes to me afterwards. Where is Bev? Afterwards says, Pilil, the question was, will there be an interpreter? And I'm like, Bev, we didn't think of that. And we didn't. And I think in every moment when we talk about inclusion, let's also be okay that we will not be imperfect. And in our journey, we will continue to learn. And if we allow others to come with us on the journey to help us understand what inclusion means for them. So to the Women in Tech team, to the team at Absa, my heart is very warm seeing that we are able to include everyone, not just from a gender perspective, but also on whether, we are abled in a manner that I am. So just a round of applause to, our thinking as well as the teams that have joined us that may not necessarily be like us. We are in August. August, they tell us all these stats about, how difficult it's going to be, for women to take up the seats, the leadership. To be honest, I'm very tired. I'm tired of hearing the stories. I am tired of, coming to events. And my view is that each and every one of us has a role to play. If I were to just check those that were here maybe in March, we spoke about mentorship. We were talking about accelerating our vision. Anybody who was here in March? Anybody? Yeah, thank you. And in that note, we spoke about the power of three. And that power of three was around how we scaled the work that we do through mentorship with one mentee, 1 hour, and 1 week. Something that anybody can do for us to scale and change the numbers that we are always told. It would be quite interesting to hear what you guys have done. I also have quite a number of experiences on, yes, it sounds very easy to do, but it's actually very difficult. But the more intentional you become, the more about it, it's actually quite possible. And I encourage you, everybody that's here, if you have been to university, take 1 hour, one mentee, university student, mentor them. If you are in leadership position and you've walked the journey, you understand the challenges, just one mentee, 1 hour, you scale. But today, I am assuming that, there's been quite a lot of scale that has happened. And what I want to talk about is being visible. And, being visible, being bold, being visible. It's a very easy term, very easy word, but the actual doing of it takes a lot more. And you can't do it alone. That I know for sure. You can't be visible alone. You need others. You actually need people that are already here. So maybe by show of hands, can I see people that are maybe still at school, high school, varsity, just walked into the workplace? Just raise your hand, be visible, yeah? So there they are. Please, ones that are middle management, the guys that decide, on the talent, somebody meets expectation, they exceed, they've got the potential or not. Raise your hand. Raise your hand, middle management. You've got people that are reporting to you. You're deciding on their careers. Raise your hand, guys, please. Okay. And as people raise hands, please just watch, because we're going to have, intermission, and I want you to see who you're going to target, right? And those that are in senior positions, these are the guys that decide. Yeah, these are top talent bonuses. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. There's somewhere there at the corner. The guys that raised the hand one and second time, please look. Look who those people are. Please, actually, do you guys mind standing up? Please. Do you mind standing up? And can we please give them a round of applause? You know why? Because these are the guys that actually define our careers. These are the guys that sit in the rooms and define our careers with us not being in the room. Right? And therefore, it's quite important to know who they are. Why? Because today I just want to touch on sponsorship. So we've spoken about mentorship, guys that are sort of coming in, make sure you mentor others, but also be very mindful about who is your sponsor. And your career will accelerate. Those are the people that will make you visible. Your work alone is not going to make you visible. It's the people that say, I stand for, where's Kia? I stand for Kia, I know her work, and she will be a good person for that particular role. That is what visibility means. So what can you do? One, I read somewhere, and it says, visibility is not a personality trait. It's actually about your calendar. Visibility is not a personality trait. It's about your calendar. So what does that mean? Where are you spending your time? So once you've done the work, because you are employed because you're capable, you're talented, but we all want to be included and move up. Who are the people that you know? Remember those guys that were standing? Who are those? How much time do you put in your calendar to engage with them so that they can appreciate and understand the work that you do? And they can, and it's okay, ask them, it's okay, ask them, will you sponsor me? Because most guys do that actually. They're like, so-and-so is my sponsor. Like, so-and-so is your sponsor. Oh, geez, I don't have a sponsor at that particular level. But it's because they're not apologetic about it. So let's also not be apologetic about it. Those that are in senior position and they define our careers when we are not in the rooms, we thank you so much for being our voice and ears. But it's also important for us to take the initiative to say, I can sponsor you. What do you need? Right? So today, really, let's be bold. Let's be visible. And let's remember, visibility is not just how I look. It's how I spend my time, how I show up, how I own my career, and how I ensure that I've got people that have the best interest in me. I want to use an example. I see she's sitting in the audience. Sorry, Kenny, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Talking about sponsorship. So back in 2006, 2007, I decided, this workplace thing is just too hard and too difficult for me. Decided to go and do my own thing. Which was successful, 2009, 2010. So I was doing design and deco. 2009, 2010, everybody was changing their rooms and houses. 2010 coming, right? Made lots of money and then forgot about what happens after. And my business really failed. And I took quite a lot of lessons. And I knew that I needed to go back to the workplace. I had a little one at the time, right? And obviously put the word out that I'm in the market. And the lady, Kenny, Kenny, we used to work together. She used to know how I work. She became my sponsor. She basically was the one that said the best person for this job is Pilile, who has not been in the workplace for over 4 or 5 years. And I always say, it takes that. Today I am standing here, not forgetting people who were my sponsors, who brought me back into the corporate world. And I think it's always important when we talk about sponsorship that we recognize and show gratitude so that they can also be encouraged to do more. And today, please, let's take on, I think, the theme, let's be bold, let's wear our stripes with pride, because we know we've got it all. We've got us. There is nobody else that's coming for us. We've got ourselves. And with that, please enjoy the day.
I'm running. I'm running. The 1 week, one mentee, once, right? So now we're talking sponsorship. It's amazing. Because I think a lot of us are here because somebody vouched for us. May we not forget that. And you know, this is probably the best way to actually announce the next speaker. Because I can say she's played a significant role in my career as well, in ways I can only imagine. So I'm about to introduce our next speaker. It's Dr. Rufaro. While I saw her, I was asking her, is there something new that I need to talk about? Because you're always smashing goals, doing something different. And she said to me, Warani, I'm coming here with a broken leg because I'm so committed and I'm so happy to be here. But the one thing that's very different, perhaps that you can mention, is that sometimes we see the physical injuries, and these are the things that we take care of. And these are the things that when we look at, we're like, we need to deal with it now. And she said, I've actually paused and started thinking, what about the mental things that you can't see? Are we pausing and asking ourselves what we need to do to be better? So that's my takeaway from her. But I want to just tell you guys, she's not only just talking about the mental stuff. Dr. Rufaro has been in the financial industry for more than 20 years. She often talks about how she was brought up and how passionate she is about Africa and financial inclusions. One of her favorite quotes comes from Mahatma Gandhi, be the change you want to see in the world. And she embodies that in everything that she does. She is our Women in Tech Advisory Board member. She's been with us from day one, which is amazing. But on top of that, she's a certified financial planner. She's a CFA holder. She's an MBA holder. She's a PhD holder. Shall I continue? I don't know how she does it, but she's also an author, by the way. So can you just give Dr. Rufaro a round of applause as she joins me on stage? And I can tell you guys, I think I met Dr. Rufaro a couple of years ago. I'm not just talking about sponsorship, Dr. Pilile. I think thank you so much for sharing on that. This is one lady who has really played a significant role for me and a lot of other young women. Let's give her a round of applause. Yes. Wow. And today, she's doing it sitting. Over to you. You good?
I'm good.
And she said she's suffering from something, and therefore the jacket must come in and go and come back, but yeah.
Midlife crisis, I guess. Because I was actually chatting, I've forgotten a name, where we talk about when you get to this age, 1 minute you are freezing cold, the next minute it's like, where is that jacket? Whatever it is, but it's just that time of age, I guess. Walani, thank you so much for such a brilliant intro. And I think one of the things that I learned was 1 minute your life is great, and you just decide to go for a run as you usually do, and today I'm in crutches. And I'm in crutches, and I'm going to be in crutches for 6 weeks, and they call it 9-weight bearing, which means this leg should never walk until the 6 weeks is over so that I can be better, hopefully. But I think I actually said to Melissa, when I told Melissa that, Melissa, I know that I'm a keynote speaker, but I'm not perfect. And I said to her, I think I want to share a bit of my lessons, especially through this period. There are small things that we take for granted. I can't carry anything in my hands at this point in time. I can't, if I want to have a cup of tea, either someone else to help me, I need to find a way of doing it, because it's simple things that we take for granted that I cannot do at the moment. I used to love shopping, going shopping. And I know for the next 6 weeks, unless I've got a co-pilot to carry my bag, I won't be able to shop. And I've done that a few times where you just go, you see things, and you're just not going to be able to do that. But I think what I can say is, this period has taught me to slow down. I sit more now than stand up. When we were taught to stand up as senior people, I couldn't stand because I can't fit in anymore, because I can't just stand and sit. You know, the way I want to do it, it's just not possible. And the reason why I also decided to come was really just to say, there are a lot of us that are walking around in invisible crutches. When you walk into some of those rooms where you realize that they were not necessarily meant for us or meant for you. Yesterday, I was at a very beautiful event. They were about, it was really a powerhouse of 3 speakers who were board chairs. And I got there, I think, about 30 minutes early because I know my challenges. I want to get there when it's not busy. I find my seat, and I become quiet, and I do whatever I need to do. So what was quite interesting, which, again, when we appear to have a disability, people don't see you. I went and sat on a table, and there was a camera person who was taking pictures. Yeah, because I can't be standing with people having a glass of whatever, like everybody else. I'm just sitting there on my own. People don't see you. People don't, and I think for me what was also quite interesting was, at times people forget that even though you might have a temporary disability, your mind still works. And maybe even there's even more clarity because you sit more, you are slower, you think a bit more, you are now more deliberate. Even like for me now, when I go, let's say, to the bedroom, let's say I'm sitting in the lounge, just to go, you actually plan and say, I'm going to the bedroom now. When I come back, what else is there something that I need to bring with? I now have a laptop bag, which I use if I need to carry a lot of small stuff because I can't. So you actually become very creative. And if I look at the way I've become creative now versus before, on one end you say, you know what, I think it was God's way to say, you know what, there's stuff that I don't think you know that we want to teach you a little bit. So coming from, if I look at my experience in the financial services industry, I've worked in South Africa, I've worked across Africa, West Africa. I spent time like in Nigeria, Ghana. I've done a bit of work in Rwanda, Tanzania, and now I operate at a global level. I work for Jersey, a small island outside France, so I'm very much at a global level. But if I look at today, I'm here just to share my lessons around slowing down, and also some of these rooms that when you walk in, you realize that they are not necessarily meant for you. I'm going to share a little bit of a story in terms of my journey, and again it talks back to the, being boldly visible. Going back to like yesterday's event, just as much as I was really under the radar, I think I spoke to 3 people. One who had invited me, The other one was one of the speakers, and I'd sent her a message to say I would definitely come just to listen to you. So she actually came to see me as well. And the other one was a lady that I used to work with. To be honest, I felt she embraced me as I felt I belonged to her, because she was really there to give me company, which the other people in the room did not see. But the one thing that I also made sure that people don't think, oh, she's just sitting there, wish she would. I decided to ask a question, a very important question. And I think when you get into those rooms where you feel you do not belong, you really need to apply your mind and say, how do I get noticed? Because people judge you based on what comes out of your mouth many times. And if you sit in that room, no matter how much knowledge you have, but nobody knows it, you are still going to be judged by the silence. So for me, I think if I look at yesterday, it was, you know what, I'm in this room. I don't think people think that I know a lot of stuff, and I'm going to craft a question which is going to make a lot of people think. So it's one of those things that you can also do when you get into some of those rooms where you feel you don't belong. One of the bold things that I had to do when I used to work for one of the big four banks, and at some point I felt I was running on one spot, and I think some of you have been in that space where you say, okay, what's the next big step? Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? And you know that you have got bills to pay, so you can't just stay at home. But but you need to find a way out. That's how I actually decided to do my PhD. It's really on doing business in Africa, and even my book is about doing business in Africa. But what I found, again, where being a woman, at times in the corporates, they don't think you are worthy enough to be in a certain position at times. I remember with my PhD reporting to someone with matric. And it did not register to anybody to say, but this woman, she's very knowledgeable. And how do we make sure that the knowledge that she has acquired, it can be utilized? But those are the structural issues that you as a subordinate, you can't change. And again, I think like what the previous speaker is said about how do you make yourself visible? And maybe I did not have those senior people that could speak on my behalf. But one of the things that I felt it was in my hands, because at times you have to think about what is in my hands that I can do. I made sure that my LinkedIn profile was visible enough. And if I look at the position that I am now with JHB Finance, it was my LinkedIn profile. I became visible, boldly visible, that someone from JHB actually sent me a message, can we have an e-coffee, because it was even at the height of COVID. And with that e-coffee, I now have a position where I'm representing Africa at a global level. And I found, yeah. So I think for me, that is in your hands. And because at times you can moan and cry, and it was funny when I met this lady, the one that I said we used to work together, and I laughed because she was one of those people that I thought in those boardrooms she was going to vouch for me, but she did not. But yesterday, she was commenting about how much she's now a follower of what I do, because I'm doing a lot of great stuff. I was really quite surprised, and she wants to come to my event next week, and because she saw my event where next week we are going to host Dr. Mpumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka on a fireside chat at my event, and now but in my head it's more like, but I was there and you didn't. So make yourself visible, and you can. And I think that's one of the most important things that I just want to leave with you. The other thing that I also especially for young ones, because at times you can be smart. I want you to know, yes, I've got a couple of these degrees or whatever, but degrees alone, they can open the door for you. But to keep you in that room, it's beyond the pieces of paper. Now the question is, how do you learn the wisdom to navigate within the room? And that's where having that co-pilot of someone who is a bit senior, who can coach you, a mentor, it becomes quite important. And at times, if I look at like myself at the moment, I'm a non-executive director on a couple of boards. And if I look, I'm there because of my visibility on LinkedIn. I've been approached via whoever to sit on boards, but I've never been trained, right? So the question is, I am a board chair on 2 boards. Am I being effective? And those are the questions that I ask myself. Yes, you can learn from someone, but how far can you go? And for me, unfortunately, one of the things that I've learned is, at times, if there's a skill that you believe you need to polish it up, go and read books or find someone who can coach you. So right now, I'm actually, this year, I committed to become a certified director because I realized if you're a director on companies, you also have a liability if the decisions that are made in the boardroom, they are not okay, right? And how do I protect myself? Do I know enough for me to participate in those boardrooms and make sure that I'm guiding the company in the right direction and I am really exerting myself to the level that I need to? So I think for me, when it comes to being visible, it's not just about a piece of paper. It's really about what makes you stay in that room when the door is open. So please just always remember that. The other one is around accelerating action. I think having spent lots of time on the continent, and especially now working at a global level, one of the things that I can really vouch to is Africa is a sandbox for impact. We know that, and we understand what impact is. Impact is really where there are lots of problems, that's where you can change people's lives even more. There's one of my industry associates, I'd invited her to the event that I spoke about. She was going to come next week, but later on she says, Rufaro, you know what, we're actually now leaving South Africa for Sweden. And one of the things that she said she's going to miss, because she was running an impact fund, she basically said one of the things that she's going to miss is Sweden doesn't have an impact industry which is as big as in Africa. And she still wants to have the connection with Africa because she believes that's where impact is. And at times we don't even think about it. We only think about the problems, but we don't think about what solutions can we create for us to actually make a and we can very easily. And especially for those of you that maybe you grew up in rural areas or you still have the connection to the rural areas. If you really think of ideas that if they are implemented, they can change lots of lives. Because just imagine, I'm just thinking out of the box now. If let's say there is a farm that do, let's say, flowers that are going to be exported to Europe, for example, it's a specialist skill that is going to be required. But if you look at, there's also a lot of general farming that is going to be, people that do not have lots of skills that can work on the farm, but what you can, with that, it means they can now feed their kids. It means they can create enough food to feed their kids, for their kids to go to school, to wear shoes when they go. So there's just a whole lot in terms of, we have a lot of problems, but they also create a very big platform for us to make a very, very big difference in people's lives. So I think for me, from an action, we also know, especially when you talk about, tech for good, what do we really mean? There is a lot of tech that is out there, but I think if you narrow the tech that we do to really focus on how do we solve our problems, I really think it can really go very far in changing the narrative. We know that there's tech for financial inclusion. There's tech for education, for example. And I know some of you are learning even coding, maybe even from the phone, right? Mainly because of tech. I've also read about tech where even like pregnant women, they get messages from some of their clinics, or maybe they want to order maybe contraceptives. There's also tech that does all that as well. If you look at tech like even the one that can really increase our footprint, we have our TikToks, we have, if you look at the Instagrams, all those, they make you very visible. In whatever you do, there is tech that is out there already. But at times it's about in my community, in the problems that I'm seeing, how can I use technology to solve the problem? Because one of the things that we are known, especially in Africa, is we've got so many mobile phones. And the mobile phones are the ones that have really changed the narrative in so many ways. And because almost every other person has got a phone, how do we accelerate that so that we can actually change people's lives? I just want to check. I think I've got some few notes that I just made. And Walani, you need to tell me if I am running out of my time, because I know I can talk. Yeah. The other thing that I've also, and I think Walani also commented to it, find at times even your school that you went to before. Because if you went to a certain school, you can imagine now they see someone, one of their own, who can now come and share their lessons, because relatability means a lot. People want someone that they know that have done something. It gives them confidence to say, I can also do it. If she can do it, I can do it as well. So I think we need to do that. And also impact entrepreneurship. And what I mean by that is not just focusing on profit, but also the impact that we make when we are creating those business models. I've mentioned a bit about tech for good, but what I just want you to know is Africa is not behind. You are not late. You are right on time. And use your voice, your code, your courage to go build the future boldly, visibly, and also together. But in summary, please just remember, when we walk into those rooms, yes, I've got my crutches. You can easily see that I'm not perfectly perfect. But on the other hand, there is a lot of us, like I said earlier, who are walking with invisible crutches. But it's quite important for you to read the room. Make sure that when the door is opened for you, what makes you stay in there? What do you need? And it's you and you alone who knows what you are missing. And you need to go out there and get what you need so that you can stay in that room and make the impact and change that we need. Yeah.
I'm going to come help.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. You are welcome.
Okay, just quickly, I think a round of applause to Dr. Rafara for being here. Come what may. And thank you. I think we are getting absolutely amazing. I always call them the golden nuggets. And I think we had a good few coming from both Dr. Rafara and Dr. Pelile. So I would like to ask anybody in the room, is there any one golden nugget that stood out for them? Put your hand up. I like throw the piece of paper. The piece of paper can be thrown away. But yeah, very useful as well. Any golden nuggets that stood out for anybody? At the back? It was the invisible crutches. Yes, invisible crutches. Nice. Okay, anybody else? Sponsorship, what people are saying about you when you're not in the room. Absolutely. Staying in the room and having taken the opportunity to walk through. I think those are absolutely amazing things. I would encourage all of you, write these little nuggets down because you forget them. You forget them when you walk out of here. So we'll keep thinking about these as we go through. But Dr. Rafara, thank you so much. Your grace, your presence, the knowledge that you share is just really unbelievable. And we really appreciate your support and sharing it with us. And we wish you a speedy recovery. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to come up for our first panel for today, but I need you all to make sure that you're alive and well. So can we do a nice big stretch? Arms up, power pose. Stretch. Get the energy in. Okay, are you with it? All right, great. You feeling better? Right, good. All right, so our first panel for today is From Margin to Mainstream. And this is brought to you by the Absa team. And we are going to be welcoming Nicole Kader, Nebakazi Tayalisi, and Samu Nuzimande to come and chat to us today. So would you like to start coming up? Fantastic. Just to give you, while they're making their way to the stage, just to give you a little bit of background on Nicole, who is going to be moderating and leading the panel today. Nicole leads the Absa Cybersecurity Academy and has built a career on helping teams and individuals sustainably shift their thinking to create new environments for themselves and for those around them. Her passion and love remain contributing to the growth of people, sharing her learnings across the continent and globally. So, to our three ladies on our first panel, let's get everybody settled.
Still water. Yes, please. Okay. Thank you. Okay. You can help yourself, eh? Yes, please, just a bit. Is it fine if I put my cane here? I think I should run now. Okay. Cool. Happy?
Right, over to you, Lane.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Is my mic on? Okay, awesome. Thank you for having us today, and thanks for the introduction, Erica. So I'm Nicole. We've got Samu Kilisiwe. I hardly say her full name, always Samu, and Nebakazi with me today. Before I take you through what we've been doing at Absa in terms of the Cybersecurity Academy, I'd like to play a little video. Erica, I know I'm supposed to have a clicker. Thank you. And then we'll go into it, and then Samu and Neba will take you through. Oh, it's playing.
In South Africa,
take you through their stories.
Of youth wake up with no job and no hope. In South Africa, 45% of youth wake up with no job and no hope. And around the globe, 3.5 million cybersecurity roles sit empty. Two crises, one solution: the untapped talent all around us. 5 years ago, we stopped competing for scarce talent and started creating it.
We are going to help develop cybersecurity skills in South Africa and in Africa for the future of not just Absa as a group, but for the entire industry and for the African continent.
Partnering with the Maharishi Invincibility Institute, we built a program designed to be future fit with 17 global certifications and no lowered bars.
We have a big, hairy, audacious goal. We want Africa to be the global cyber skills hub.
Then we went further. Partnering with the Hein Wagner Academy, we proved cybersecurity isn't about sight, it's about vision.
I think my life's work has been marketing the abilities of the blind, purely because of my own struggles to find work and that people believe in that somebody who cannot see can actually do it.
The results? 69 graduates, 53% women, 7% visually impaired. These are not just numbers, these are lives changed.
My certification, it has opened a lot of doors. It can open a lot of doors internationally, not just only in South Africa.
This is where cybersecurity meets opportunity, where we don't just fill jobs, we...
Thanks so much. Every time I see that video, and I've seen it a couple of times, I get goosebumps, and I know that probably gave you goosebumps as well. So we're really proud of the Academy and what we've achieved through it. And it's been wonderful for me to lead this Academy and really be able to walk alongside these students who have done so many things. And you'll see in the video, we didn't use actors, we used our real students. And Al-Shanae is in the crowd over there. Put your hand up, Al-Shanae, one of our female graduates from Maharishi. So really, this is more than just trying to train cybersecurity specialists. And yes, that's important, but it's proved that we're trying to change communities and change societies. And I think that's what both of our speakers actually spoke about. It is about the societal impact and how you just change one life, and there's a ripple effect in terms of how many other lives get impacted. I do want to pause on that 53% women stat. When we put out applications, we did not say we want specific gender or specific race or whatever the case may be. and women put their hands up. So while we have a long way to go, Pilile, you're right, I think we can also pat ourselves on the back because we've also come a long way. So I'm very proud of that fact. So we are proud of our partnerships with Maharishi and with Hein Wagner. The Maharishi Institute focuses on consciousness-based education, and they actually, all their students who come from underserved communities, do transcendental meditation and yoga every single day. And that's something that I think gives our programs a bit of an edge, because actually our children who come from these communities, I mean, we know our mental loads, right? Can you imagine if you're coming from a community that's actually quite hard, and then trying to learn all these technical terms? So this really helps put them at ease, reduces their stress, and they're able to take on all of that knowledge that we've put in front of them. But today I really want to spotlight the Hein Wagner Academy as part of our theme about being boldly visible. It's our visually impaired academy, and we're really proud that we've actually stood up the second cohort as of July. Now, the thing that's really special about the Hein Wagner Academy is that it really speaks to Absa's strategic pillars. And the two pillars that I really want to highlight today are Force for Good and building a talented and diverse team. So what is Force for Good? Many of us have CSI strategies, and we are doing impactful work. But what I'm seeing through being part of this academy, through watching lives being changed, is that it is actually an unwavering call to action. That's what Absa's done, and that's what I'm really proud about in terms of our organization. And really, we know that cyber is important. I'm sure that in all of your technology teams, cybersecurity is something that's on the top of everybody's minds. But this isn't only about education. It really is about changing a narrative and giving opportunities where opportunities were never given before. And if we have to think about the disability community, there are segments of our population that are not taken care of. And the disabled community is one of them. So we are changing that from a visually impaired perspective, and as Pilia spoke in terms of Convo, from a hearing perspective. And it's been marvelous and a beautiful learning experience for us able-bodied people, because we have a lot to learn from those that are slightly different to us. So we've also tried to focus on support systems. So while if we look at our curriculum, it's very technical, but that's not what gets you to be successful when you come to the workplace. In fact, it's those soft skills, right? So soft skills, it's how you negotiate, it's how you manage conflict, it's how you actually show up for yourself, as you said, Dr. Rufaro. And so the soft skills part of our curriculum is really a big part of the program as well. We also ensure that our students, especially the Hein Wagner students, have assistive technologies when they get to the workplace. Because actually, I'm sure this all sounds really wonderful, but you're like, how? How do they actually work? How do they do the jobs that we've asked them to do? So they have screen readers. Samu is partially sighted, so you'll see I didn't have to assist her getting up onto the steps. So she uses Zoom Text, which is a magnifying software, and Neba is fully blind, and she uses JAWS, a screen reader technology. One of a funny little anecdote, and you'll find in our teams we laugh a lot, and we always joke that Neba can see us, and those kinds of things in the workplace. Is that one of our managers actually, he was like, "What is that shark technology that you guys use?" JAWS. So that's how you remember it, okay? So we use the assistive technologies. We also got a mobility instructor in because they want to be super independent. Neba hates it when she has to hold onto my arm and get around. And we also did socialization sessions in our teams because, to be honest, when I started this job, heard that they were about to graduate and thought, are we actually going to bring them in for an internship? I was really scared. I hadn't really worked with blind people before, and I didn't know what I was going to encounter, how was it going to work, and I really realized that I had my own stereotypes about what they could do. And Cosley, who can't be here today, but she's my right-hand person, she always says to me, feel the fear and do it anyway. So we did, and we haven't looked back, and we are really excited about the work that they've done, and they're going to share a little bit about that with you today. So if you want to make a difference, you can. And if you're scared, that's good. Just keep moving. and you'll get over that hump. And honestly, we are here to help anybody who wants to try and stand something like this up. So come find us in the corridors, and we're happy to talk to you about the lessons we've learned, the challenges that we've had, because it has not been smooth sailing. So the second pillar is building a talented and diverse team. Now, we all know there's a war for talent, and we all know everyone's trying to pick from the same pond. So you're either building, buying, or borrowing, right? We want to build. We want to make the talent, the pool bigger, so that we all can fish from this pond. And that's why we stand up academies like this at Absa. The other thing about diversity is, and I think I did it myself, we think about race and gender mostly. We forget about the other pieces of diversity, like neurodivergence, or like visually impaired, or like hearing. And I think those are the things that we're missing when we're trying to create a really diverse team. In the cyber field, I mean, these people are getting really sophisticated with the hacks and the threats that we are getting. So we also have to be on our A game. And how do we do that? We have to make sure that we are thinking creatively, we are being more innovative, and we are performing excellently. And we can only do that with a diverse team. We've seen that by having blind people in our teams, we actually think differently. They bring a very different perspective than what we would have ever had. So if you look around at your own teams, think about, do they look like me? Then add something, because that will actually give you the edge in terms of how you are combating whatever you need to combat in your teams. So finally, what I can say is the effects of this academy has had like a ripple effect across our cybersecurity team. It's had an effect across our technology teams and outside the organization. And I hope that it's left something with you, because it's only by each and every one of you doing something, like the mentorship piece that Pilile spoke about. One person doing something makes a difference. Now, okay, you're tired of hearing from me, I think. You need to hear from the horse's mouths in terms of what they've been doing, what their journeys are. So I really want to hand over to you, Ngeba, first. If you can tell us your story.
Thank you so much, Nick. Good afternoon, everybody. So growing up in the rural areas in the Eastern Cape, having to fetch water from the river with a bucket on your head and watch your mother make mud bricks just to put food on the table, your dreams stay small. You never imagined being on a platform like this. But life has a way of taking unexpected turns, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ngabagazi Kyalisi, a junior cybersecurity specialist at Absa and a mother of 2 beautiful kids. Being here is really a possibility brought to life. So when I was 15 years old, I got seriously ill, and after months in hospital, when I woke up, the unimaginable had happened. I was completely blind. The world I knew suddenly disappeared. I constantly rubbed my eyes, hoping that my sight, I would regain it, but it did not come back. But I had to adjust, right? And I had to change the way I did things, because now things were no longer black and white. They were either hard and soft, and that's how I differentiate things from other things. And so as I had to adapt, I enrolled in a school for the blind, a Fata school for the blind. It's also back in the Eastern Cape. It was difficult and it was overwhelming, because I had to walk into a new space without sight, right? Bumping into people and also relying on them to explain what is around me. But I also overcame that. I adapted. I passed my matric in 2010, and I went on to do my BTech in public management at the Tshwane University of Technology. And
yay.
Thank you. And with that, it was also not easy, because even universities are not made for people like me, right? I had to use assistive technologies, and in most cases, I had to go to write an exam only from hearing someone else read a book for me, because I didn't have a textbook, because Braille was not offered at the time that I was at the university. But I passed, and I graduated with my BTech. And so the hardest time came when I couldn't get a job. I stayed for 7 years without a stable job. just short contracts and volunteering work. It really felt like higher education had failed me. How could I support my family as the eldest and educated? How was I going to support them if no one wanted to take a chance on me? And then in 2021, I heard about the Absa Cyber Academy. I applied. I'm from the rural areas. I don't know technology. I didn't even have a phone. If I did have a phone, it would be like the small pop-ups phones. So technology was a foreign word to me. But I applied knowing not much about technology. And I was accepted. And when I got in there, it was overwhelming. I, in most cases, did not want to do it anymore. I would wake up having to go write an exam and be like, no, Len, I don't want to do this anymore. But in the afternoon, I would be screaming in excitement because I just passed an international exam. So that really kept me going. And every time I passed an international exam, I really proved to myself that not even blindness could define my limits. And and so today, I'm before you as the first visually impaired black female, okay, to have passed the A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, International. You see, from being a rural girl to being a cyber trailblazer, that's what really happens. That's really what happens when someone takes a chance on you. Absa took a chance on me, and they gave me a job. Currently, I protect the bank, right, through equipping the SOC with necessary tools in order for them to avoid threats. And in the detect engineering and automation team, we really automate systems in order to make the life of the SOC much more easier. And one of the projects that I've been involved recently was training and maintaining an AI phishing agent that really helps in the phishing triaging that the SOC works with. And guys, Absa did not just give me a job. They sent me to school, number one. They said, come as you are, right, as the Absa always say. And they gave me wings, and they said, just fly as far as you dare. And this, for me, this is more than just a job. It really gives me dignity, because who listens to a person who's unemployed, who did not go to school, and who's also blind? No one, right? That's why I always say it gives me joy, it gives me dignity, and really it restores the purpose that I also have. Because now my abilities are seen beyond my disabilities. And for that, I'll forever be grateful. And I thank you.
I've heard your story before, but there are a few things like the rubbing of eyes that I didn't know before. So there's so many intricacies in terms of your story, so thank you for sharing with us. I have a question though. You make it sound like everything at Absa is smooth sailing. What were some of the challenges that you faced?
Well, some of the challenges that I faced was, I'll mention two. So one of them was integration, right? As Nix also said that she's never worked with a visually impaired person. And the team that I'm at, they never worked with a visually impaired person either. So it was difficult for them to integrate me in the team because, number one, they did not know how I will see, because my boss would say, Ngaba, I'm not sure if you can see, and then stop himself. But we can't change the dictionary. So I had to put them at ease, and they had to put me at ease, so that we meet at a balanced platform, so that we can all move forward, right? They now understand that I need JAWS, and in most cases, if it's very noisy in the office, my teammates will be like, do you want to go sit somewhere else? Because I won't hear, I won't see what the JAWS that I use. So in most cases, I have headsets on and I use JAWS. And secondly, it was accessibility. As I use JAWS and use all the security tools that we use in Detect, I had challenges in accessing parts of the security tools. Because if we are being honest, these technological tools are not made with us in mind. People just create tools and give it to people, and if they can click, 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 and it works, then it works. They never think that there's someone who cannot see and who will need to use an accessibility tool that cannot jump beyond a particular part on that screen. But those mainly were the challenges that I faced, which is accessibility. However, we have a very supportive team. I would send Nick a message anytime to say, Nick, I was given a task to do this, but Jaws can't read, and Nick will be on a call with CrowdStrike, with any tool that we need to use, just to solve that problem. So where I'm getting at is that regardless of the accessibility challenges that I have faced, with the support that I got, everything was doable. And with the right support, you can go very far and a lot can be achieved.
Thanks, Ngeba. And it's true, there are challenges, but I think as you face them, it's what you do next that is important. Samu, it's your turn.
Sure. How do you follow? So I am Samukelisiwe Nzimande, and my journey starts when I was about 4. See little me there. So I lost my vision in my right eye when I was around 4 or 5 years old. And it's a hereditary condition that my father and his brothers have. And so one of my uncles actually is completely blind. And then my father and my uncles are just like me. They see with one eye. But for me, even that eye is not that much better. I had to wear thick glasses that made me seem like I was always surprised by the world. But maybe I was, because if I look back in my journey, I found myself in spaces where people didn't always expect to see me. So my journey began in like KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg. That's the hospital I was born in. Yeah. So I was always in the front of every class, from primary right through to matric. Not because I was a teacher's pet. Okay, some cases I was. But I couldn't see. It was the only way I could see the board. So that continued from primary to matric, and if I forgot my glasses, yeah, I'd have to stand in front of the board to see. Or if I could sit next to somebody and copy their notes, and then the teacher would want to erase while I'm copying. And I was just like, why? But then again, I never really disclosed my disability. I always went to mainstream school. So they didn't really know about it, so I couldn't blame them. So from there, that was my pattern, just copying, squinting, trying by all means to make it in mainstream school. Got to matric. My matric teacher, Mrs. Markovich, noticed that I also have signs of ADHD. And she created a classical music playlist so I could study and pass my matric, which I did with a bachelor's pass. Thank you. But after matric, yeah, my marks weren't as good. They were good enough to get that bachelor's pass, but not good enough to meet my parental expectations of being a doctor. So I took a gap year in 2015. I matriculated in 2014. 2015, took a gap year, tried to upgrade maths and physics. Yeah, spoiler alert, that didn't work either. So, yeah, but then again, life happens when plan A crashes and burns. So I just decided to enroll in the journalism program at the Durban University of Technology. And that came with its own challenges, but for me, I enjoyed it because I discovered sports journalism and photography, where, weirdly enough, my vision didn't limit me. I did it anyway. But in my second year of my studies, I did broadcasting. And yeah, try explaining to your lecturer why your footage looks like it was taken in an earthquake. That you didn't see until you got to the editing suite, that nothing is clear. But I made it. Through creativity in my presentation skills, I passed just 1% shy of a distinction in that major. So for me, that felt like I was getting an Oscar because I didn't think I would do it. When I graduated in 2018-19, I then did a few jobs. I was a social media manager for KwaZulu-Natal Aquatics. From there to being part of a team that subtitled 152 episodes for SABC2. In that team, I was the only blind, visually impaired person, the slowest typist in the room, and the only Sizulu speaker, and had to translate most of the stuff. I had to create my own systems that could make me keep up. I started arriving 2 hours early at work, created templates that became a golden standard for accuracy. And when COVID hit and working from home with no Wi-Fi and electricity, I delivered regardless every single time. So that went on for COVID time. But in 2021, I sat home, I came back home and I was like, what do I want to do? Journalism was just a lucky happenance, but what do I want to do? And I've always been a nerd. I still am, but I've always been a nerd. And I was like, IT makes sense. Even though I did CATS only in grade 9, but for me it made sense at the time. But because I didn't pass very well in high school, I was skeptical, but I applied anyway, because I don't listen to anything. And then I got not one, but 2 opportunities, learnership opportunities. One in my hometown, and one in Worcester in a city I've never heard of, to join the Absa Cybersecurity Academy. And I chose the unknown, and that was the best decision I've ever made. In 2021, I went to an academy for the blind at Hein Wagner Academy. And it was the first time I was around people just like me. And it felt empowering. And I started that journey in tech, and I went from knowing grade 9 tech to getting international certs, being an assistant IT technician at the academy, and being a hostel manager. And really, it was a space for me to find myself, what I want, and be who I want to be. And after 3 years, I graduated, thankfully. And on the 30th of October, 2024, I remember that day because it was the last exam I had to write. And I had to pack up because I had gotten placement at Absa, so I had to pack up, and I had literally a few days to get to Joburg from Worcester to start work on Monday, which is magical. I arrived on time. I made it. So from there, I joined the CSO Technology Platforms team under Cindy and Dombela. And for me, when I joined Absa, I was not only accommodated, I was empowered. My managers, Cindy and Nicole, gave me all the tools that I needed to succeed. And it's been a wild ride. I have been enjoying myself. And for me, I want to bring it back to the theme of being boldly visible. So what does it mean for me when I look at that journey? It means going to a city that you've never been to, because you know that growth lives out of comfort, being in a comfort zone. And for me, it also means creating your own systems when the environment is not built for you, making it work for yourself. But most importantly, and it was spoken to today, is opening the door for people behind you. So that's what being boldly visible, it means for me. And yeah, I'm just a kid that went from knowing nothing to being a cybersecurity analyst at Absa. And if that's not magic, I don't know what is. And so I just want to end off with, it's in your hands. You women are in the tech industry, so what are you going to do to be boldly visible with us? And I thank you.
Thanks so much, Samu. I loved hearing your story, and it's been a journey. And what I love is everybody's an individual, and we all have our own pathways, right? So I have a question. You haven't spoken about what kind of work you're doing with us. So in the tech platforms team, what are you doing?
So we do infrastructure hygiene. So it's really important for all systems to be free from vulnerabilities in this tech space we're in. Hackers are getting increasingly smart, so our team is responsible for, I'm responsible for ensuring that the systems are patched from vulnerabilities so that no hackers can get in. We also, the team also does backup recovery and restoration testing. So as part of a simulation where we could test out how quickly can we recover if anything happened, and that's really important for resiliency. And we're also part of automation and infrastructure automation and scalability, because one of our pillars as Absa is to be a digitally empowered bank. So automation is very important. We create pipelines that make productivity and work a lot easier. And also we are part of infrastructure architecture. So we do a lot of creating scalable platforms and applications that can work to meet all the demands. I mean, Absa is big. And the demands change on our systems, so it's important that we are scalable and highly available, and I contribute to all of those.
Well done. Thank you. When we were prepping for this, she's like, we the team. She's like, we work as a team. I'm like, I want to know what you do. So say
do it all.
It was really important for us that you understand that this is not just about charity. It's about real meaningful work, and it is about dignity. So thank you so much for sharing your stories. You guys are powerful, and I can't wait to see what else you do. So I think by looking at this, you can see that true strength is not just in the technologies we deploy, but is in the people that we empower. And yes, we're in the world of AI right now, but don't forget the human. I think the human is in the middle, and the human is what's going to give us that edge. And I would like to just put out a call to action for everybody here. We at the moment are trying to, you heard me talk about a big, hairy, audacious goal. We want Africa, our Africa, to be the cyber skills hub for the globe. Now that, we can do that, but Absa can't do it alone. So I need all of you to do it with us. So we're talking to our various vendors and partners. So if you are interested in seeing how you can be part of that journey, be it through mentorship, be it through some kind of investment, be it through contributing to learning, doing a masterclass, come and talk to me, and let's see where we go. So just to close off, these two powerful women, our Blind Academy, it's proof that when we act as a force for good and embrace the richness of diversity, we don't just change lives, we change a society. Thank you so much for listening to us. And accessibility is not this. Oh, sorry. Sorry, we're not telling the blind person that there's a camera in front of her. Okay.
That was amazing. I don't know about you guys. I'm teary and empowered, and I'm like, this is just such a great event. And this is why I love Women in Tech events. They always bring something different, right? So I know Nicole mentioned earlier about AI and being human-centric, and humans are very important. So we have got a quick, exciting session with our next speaker, and then after that we'll have our coffee break. But this next session, I'm really excited to announce the speaker because she's a dear friend and also co-founder. So we're going to be talking. Where's the clicker? I'm missing a clicker. Aha. So the next session, I'd like to invite up on stage Leora Hessen. So Leora is an AI Web3 educator, keynote speaker, and tech innovator. She's the founder of Art Jamming and also co-founder of Nifty AI and I Love AI. And through her company Hello Ada, she also develops custom AI agents and helps businesses scale, speaking in their brand and voice. She has a background in systems analysis, blockchain, and really is just all-round creative, because if you know Leora, you know it's all about technology and all about art. So the next session, I want you all, should we get their phones ready? So are we doing, not yet, okay. So the next session is going to be very interactive, so please give a loud and generous round of applause for Leora Hessen. Are you all connected?
Hi, everybody. I just want to say, Melissa, thanks so much for making me follow that. So, yeah, the next session, I just got to get all plugged in here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to get. This is a bit interactive, so excuse it's not going to be perfect because there's going to be some audience participation. But before I start with that, I just want to introduce myself. So as Melissa said, I think I don't know where she drew that whole great description out of, but I'm Leora. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I started a business many years ago called Art Jamming. I was in fashion for many years. My background is in tech, and I am a tech consultant as well. And somehow on a day-to-day basis, with all of that, I still manage to squeeze in gym, bridge lessons, and once in a while, a manicure. So my normal days, they start with school lifts, move into meetings, client presentations, dealing with staff issues, replying to emails, remembering to, along the way, order my groceries or buy the groceries even. Come back, I get into my maths homework with my grade 5 in the evening, and then go on to carry on replying to emails that I never got to in the day. Does that sound familiar to anyone? So that's me, mom, wife, entrepreneur, consultant, and chief juggler. Who else here gets to 7 p.m. and felt like nothing's been done in the day, but you've done 8 million things and, okay, so a lot of us. And then you've still got to do homework, maybe some of you've got to cook dinner, and then the worst part of all, reply to those flippin' WhatsApp groups about who's bringing the baked stuff to school tomorrow, or what are we doing for Mary's group gift? And by the time we get into bed at night, we feel like we've done a week's worth of work in one day, right? So during COVID, I also went back to studying, back to blockchain technology. But before this all started, I had found something that helped change my life slowly, which is my beloved Alexa. So I don't know how many of you have got Alexa or use Alexa or Siri, but a small thing like Alexa started changing my life, and I realized that through the power of AI, it might help to give me a few minutes or hours or some quality of life back in my day. So like every morning I say to Alexa, what's the weather? What's my diary? What time do I have to leave for school? And it tells me everything that's going on. I forgot to check the weather in Joburg though, so that was stupid today. And then while I'm in the car, I've got Siri who's also got my back, and I'm reminding Siri to book a dentist appointment or send a message to my team or schedule a Zoom call. And those things started giving me a little bit of time back during the day. I don't know how many of you use those tools to the best of their ability. But then there's one more layer. So among everything else that you're doing, maybe on the weekends you have a hobby. You bake, you paint, you sew, and then your friends say to you, oh my God, you should totally sell that. Does that sound familiar? And then you think to yourself, I totally should sell that, but oh my God, how am I going to do that? I need to start a website, I need to get a marketing person, I need to hire an accountant, I need to start a business, I need to figure out what I'm going to do with my social media. And by the time you have thought about all the things that you need to do, and you're still working, and you've got a family, or whatever else you've got going on in your life, that's gone. The dream goes out the window, and you've got no time, no budget, you don't have a whole tech team behind you, and you think to yourself, okay, I'm going to put it off until one day when I can. And one day becomes 1 month or 1 year, and it just gets pushed further and further down the line. Anyone else in that boat? So I started looking up these things because I like to start a business every week. I start a new business, and unfortunately, sometimes Melissa's on the other end of that, and I say to her, tomorrow we're starting a circus, or next week we're starting a modeling agency, I don't know, whatever it is. And she's like, okay, I'll just leave that part to you. Anyway, so while I've been doing my tech consulting, I've also fallen in love with a whole suite of AI tools that are out there. And I'm not claiming to be any kind of a special expert in any of them, but I do use most of these tools on a daily basis to help me with my clients, to help me with myself, to help me in my personal life, so that sometimes if I want to be able to go to the gym at 8:30 in the morning, I can still do that and still know that I've got time to do everything else in my day. Obviously, you all know about ChatGPT and the other suite of tools that are out there, the GPTs, Alexa, Canva, Copy AI, DALL-E, 11 Labs, which sometimes we use to create voiceovers. Even for these events, we use them. How many of you are using any or all of these tools? Okay, so amazing. And how many of you are experts in all of these tools? Okay, good. So I wanted to get to the creative part of this event. I know we don't have much time. This is the fun part, the creative part, and I'm going to ask you, I'm going to ask the audience, I need a volunteer, and it has to be someone who's got a business idea in mind, something you've been thinking about, you want to create something, and you need to start somewhere, you need a shop front, so a website. Who here, I need a volunteer, who's got an idea? Okay. Okay, Melissa, you choose. Okay, come up. Don't be shy. Can you introduce yourself?
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jacqueline, and yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your idea.
It might not be the best idea, but
no, it's.
So I'm lactose intolerant, and I love ice cream. So that does not go well together. Whenever I do eat something with dairy in it, like yesterday we had cake in the office, I had to stop at the mall before I got home because I could not get home. So yeah, that would be my idea, to get ice cream for me.
Okay, so guys, we're going to create, with Jacqueline, we're going to create a website for lactose intolerant people, an ice cream shop for lactose intolerant people. There might also be cupcakes and cakes involved in that as well. Does that sound good? Okay.
I love baking as well.
Okay, amazing. So you love baking as well. So, have you guys heard of Replit? Okay, so we're going to go to Replit. Replit is a website where you can write and run code right there in your browser. It helps build apps and websites, and it saves you so much time. You don't have to hire a designer, you don't have to hire a marketing person, and this can just give you an idea of what you want to create, and you can see if you like it. So just excuse the little bit of this part here. This is what Replit looks like. So we're going to create, I just did a quick prompt, and we're going to quickly go and put it in here. So we're going to type it in here. You're going to help me, Jacqueline. Okay. So we're going to create a one-page website for a business called
Jackie's Ice Cream.
Jacqueline's Ice Cream.
There, very unique spelling.
Okay. Now we're going to just refine it a bit more. Okay. The ice cream store is only for lactose intolerant. Oops, we have to spell properly. People. They also make cakes and cupcakes. We're going to tell it to include a logo, an about section, services, contact info, and we're going to ask it to make it like quite nice and fancy. We can ask it to use colors if we want. What colors do you like?
Blue is my favorite color.
Jacqueline's. So just a quick basic prompt. We're going to start the chat. And we're going to leave that to Stu. You can see how it's working there. While we're doing that, I need another volunteer. You stay here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. But this isn't for a business. But come up anyway. Okay, so now we've got another volunteer, and you have got a big problem, Lindsay. Lindsay, your problem is that tomorrow it's your, are you married?
Yes, I am.
It's your husband or wife?
Husband.
It's your, it's your husband's, how old is he?
He's 34.
It's your husband's 35th birthday tomorrow. Okay, you here with all of us, you busy, you don't have time to get him a gift, right? And your dream, because he loves music, am I right? Yeah, okay. We just met, but I'm assuming. He loves music. Your dream is to create a custom-made song for him that a band is going to sing and play with all his favorite things in it. So can we go and create that while we busy designing our website? And this is all in like a few minutes, and we're saving time here. Okay, so now we're going to go and create one. I'm not going to show you this. Okay, so let's create a song for
Ramon. His name is Ramon.
Ramon. So what I'm going to do actually, because I prefer ChatGPT to generate lyrics than the actual song AI. So we're going to create how do we spell his name?
Ramon.
For Ramon. Okay. He is turning 35. Give me some ideas.
Bob Marley.
35. What are his hobbies?
He's a designer, graphic designer.
A graphic designer. Any pets?
Dogs.
You have 2 dogs? He loves his dogs? Mm-hmm. Okay. He loves his dogs' names?
Bluey and Blaze.
Bluey and Blaze. His wife, Lindsay, is the best. Does he like any sport?
Yes, soccer. He likes soccer.
His team?
Man United.
Man United.
Definitely good.
And he thinks he's the coach, right?
Okay. You know that.
So that's my just know, because my husband's the head coach of Manchester United. Okay. And anything else you want to tell me about him? Anything make him angry?
Me.
No, he loves you. Any kids?
Yes, I have twin boys.
Oh, we forgot about those, okay.
Yes, I have twin boys. And I have a 17-year-old daughter.
Oh.
Special needs.
What are your twin boys' names?
Noah and Eli.
Okay, let's see. Noah and Eli. And daughter. What's your daughter's name?
Rise, and it's spelled like rise, R-I-S-E.
Okay, but they won't, ChatGPT won't know that. I use Pride. And okay, we're going to create the lyrics quickly. Okay. Okay, so ChatGPT is creating the lyrics for us.
Oh my.
Just so you know, it's quickly doing this. While we're waiting for the lyrics to be created, has anyone else used any of these tools and had any pain? You guys, can you see what's happening on the screen? We're starting there. Jacqueline's ice cream store. It's about to be created. Okay, let's see. Let's copy these lyrics. Let's go to our app. It's called Suno. Custom. Let's paste these. Okay. Okay, and so I've put the lyrics into our song AI. We're going to create them, and then we're going to go back and see what Replic's doing. And what style of music does he like? Oh, you said, what did you say?
You can also say R&B. That's
okay, so let's say... okay, so that's busy being created now. You can see on the code here, while we're doing this, it's going to load now. Let's quickly press. How's that looking, guys?
Looking good.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, we forgot it about that. Let's just go to the preview. And there we go. That was in, I don't know if anyone timed that, but 5 minutes? Yeah. So in 5 minutes, while Jacqueline was putting the rice on to boil, she created a website, and here it is, Jacqueline's delicious lactose-free ice cream, which we can go back if we don't like and tell the agent we don't like it so much, change the colors, but look how delicious our ice cream looks. And we can read more about it. It's about Jacqueline's, founded with a mission to make everyone feel included in the joy of ice cream, regardless of lactose intolerance. It tells us about Jacqueline's story over there, how she started her journey when she realized that lactose intolerance shouldn't mean missing out on life's sweet moments. And after years of Jacqueline perfecting lactose-free recipes, she opened her doors to create a welcoming space for everyone. Wow, give Jacqueline a hand, guys. Not only did she create the ice cream, she also has her beautiful custom designed cakes, her gourmet cupcakes. You've got more than 8 flavors daily of different cupcakes, okay? You custom design birthday cakes with 48 hours notice. And here's your gallery of some of the stuff that you've already made for clients. And there we go. We can order it online. We can send Jacqueline a message to tell her how much her lactose-free goods have made us happy. And that's all in the space of 5 minutes while we were creating the special song for Ramon, which is already created as well. And we're going to plug it in the back there and have a listen. I can't promise anything, but we're going to listen to what happened there as well. So let's have a look and see. I need... Let's see what happened, and if Ramon likes his birthday present. This is when you pray, guys.
It's a brand new day, candles on the cake, Ramon's 35, make no mistake. Designer by day with that creative flair, turning pixels to magic style everywhere. Bluey and Blaze, always close by his side, tail wags and cuddles, there's joy and pride. But the real MVP, that's Lindsay, no doubt, the queen of his heart, shout it out loud. Oh, Ramon, it's your time to shine. With your twin boys and roses, life's looking fine. Noah and Ely keep the house alive. Rose's got that sparkle, pure sunshine vibes. Men united on the screen, yeah, he's cheering loud. This birthday boy's making his whole fan proud. From logos to layouts, you're leading the way, crushing deadlines with swag every day. Family man first, you wear that crown. With love so big, you shut the world down. Saturdays mean soccer, you're repping that red. Dreaming of glory, by passion you're led. But the best team you've built is right at home. 3 little stars and a love that's grown. Oh, Ramon, it's your time to shine. With your twin boys and Rose, life's looking fine. Noah and Ely keep the house alive. Rose's got that sparkle, pure sunshine vibes. Men united on the screen, yeah, he's cheering loud. This birthday boy's making his whole fan proud. So here's to the man who does it all. From dad life wins to design calls, your story's just getting better with age. Ramon at 35, center stage. Oh, Ramon, raise your glass up high. You got love, you got laughs, and your dreams can fly. With Bluey and Blaze and your crew so tight, Lindsay by your side feels just right. Men united, spirit, family, love so wide. Happy birthday, Ramon, enjoy the ride.
That's it. Well done, guys. Thank you for being the best volunteers. I'll give you the song for Ramon if you want it. You can give it to him on his birthday. And thank you, Jacqueline. I hope that you end up doing your lactose intolerant ice cream and bakery and everything else that goes on. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
And thank you for clapping along, guys. So we made some music. What did we make? I already played it for you. And that was short and sweet and quick. And just to show you how, in the space of 10 minutes, we created a website, created a song, how AI can help you in ways that you actually probably can never imagine unless you start delving into these tools and actually getting in there and exploring them and seeing what's out there. And for me, I use them every single day. They've saved my life. They've given me time back. And you just know you don't have to do it all. You don't need to start a new company this weekend, but you can take one small step to give you a little bit of time back so that you can actually, and that's a photo that I took the other day, stand on your balcony or at the beach where I live, and just enjoy a sunset or a sunrise or some nature or a walk. And everyone talks about how AI is coming for us, and it's coming for our jobs, and it's coming for this, and it's coming for that. And then there's the other side, which is telling us how amazing AI is and how much we can do. And just know the future is here. It's now. Let's use what we have to give us a little bit more of quality of life and give us a little bit of work-life balance back by using these tools that we have at our disposal. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
So, clicker?
You already got the clicker.
I was over there on the seat.
Give it back. Okay, everybody, I am sure that was absolutely amazing, and I think we're all going to delve deeper into our AI assistants to make our lives a bit easier. Leora, thank you. You was very brave, because I would be a nervous wreck if I had to do that live. But anyway, well done, and it was fantastic. Next up, ladies, we have got coffee break. Okay, so we're going to ask you to go and enjoy a refreshing cup of whatever your choice is, and if you can please be back in the room for 3:15 for the next exciting episode. Okay, enjoy. Thank you.
Ladies, can we start making our way inside? Hi, bold ladies. May we please start making our way back inside? We are about to resume. Hi, ladies. May I please get your attention, please? Can we still please start making our way inside? We are about to resume. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Do my music. Ladies, please grab your coffee, grab your snacks, and walk back inside.
Zoe and somebody. Zoe and... Okay. Oh, I'm gonna just... Okay. Let's let them sit. Okay. Really good. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Welcome back, ladies. I hope you had a good coffee break and you're ready for round two. Before we kick off, I just wanted to bring your attention. We've got Women in Tech merch. I don't know if you saw it outside there. T-shirts and hoodies, to purchase. But we've also got a little QR code there, which has been actually put together by a lovely team of students. And we'd like to ask Zoe and Panache, where are they? Come on up. We want to introduce you to the team that's actually put together the whole little website QR code link thing that happens to make it all the magic happen that you can actually order some of the merch. Yeah. All right, here we go.
So very quickly, I was contacted by actually someone that works at the JSE, Leanne. She knows us very well. We did events here before. And she said, listen, I've got actually my son's tutor is doing her master's and they need to do a project for their master's degree and they want to do something for a non-for-profit. And do you guys want to do something? So thank you to these ladies. Do you want to just say something? They're doing their master's now. And yeah, you can.
Hi everyone, I'm Zoe. It's been a journey and experience to do this. We wanted to go in with it without using AI fully, like the Replit application. But we wanted to experience how the code works and what is the back end and the front end. So we did this and we hope you guys enjoy it.
Hello, my name is Panache. We're really grateful for this opportunity to finally put what we've learned at school to work, and it's really nice to be in spaces like this because of that, where we not only see that having imposter syndrome doesn't really have to stop you because you're surrounded by beautiful, strong, and intelligent women that have walked before us. So thank you so much, Melissa, for this.
Thank you. That's called being seen, being bold, being visible. So well done, ladies. Absolutely stunning. Okay, shall we go and sit down? No, we can stand here. Okay. And we've got another one. Can we get one more mic, please? Okay, here we go. You want to hold that? Okay.
So Walani was going to be here with us, but she's got a work call, so quickly stepped out. So we just want to take a few minutes just to talk to you about something that's very important globally, right? So as you know, we're part of a global movement, and this year's summit, or global summit, was in Japan. It was actually in Osaka. So we went there where all of the Women in Tech chapters across the world, we've got 61 chapters, on 6 continents, and we have a huge gathering of women from all over the world that come together once a year. But this year was even more special because we launched the Osaka Protocol. So many of you will be like, what's Osaka Protocol? And also, more importantly, how can I get involved? And even if you're in a corporate business, how can the corporate business get involved in a global mission? So we announced that on the 21st of January in Davos. So we go to the World Economic Forum every year, where we're very involved. We've got Women in Tech at World Economic Forum doing a lot of talks and dinners and all of that. And then they go, well, let's put something into action. All of this, talk about gender equality and talking about gender inclusion and working towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. All of these things are great to talk about, but how do we actually put it into action? And that is, let's set up a protocol. Let's create targets. So the target is 100 million lives impacted, and basically you can all be part of this. So the Osaka Protocol, there's a link where you can go and basically register your company to be part of the Osaka Protocol, to put in a commitment, a number down, to say we commit to empowering 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, because we want to get to 100 million. So we need all the companies across the world to get to be part of this. You sign a form, you put it, it's not legally binding, unfortunately, but it is a declaration of commitment to say our company is already doing these wonderful, empowering things, but we can now submit to the Osaka Protocol to register these numbers to collectively help us reach our goal of 100 million. So it really is all, I think the next slide also shows, but you can talk through that one. I don't want to do all the talking.
Okay, so really the whole point of the Osaka Protocol, as you can see, is to provide a global framework, which is going to also look at promoting gender equality in STEM, addressing the critical issues like gender bias in AI, which I'm sure we've all been privy to, support for women's STEM education, and obviously leadership. So these are issues that you guys are all doing, whether as individuals, as in companies. There's a lot of it going on. And we really want to be able to give you guys the opportunity to be recognized and contribute and have your numbers count for something that's obviously getting put forward on a global basis. So if you as an individual want to do something, or if you know somebody within your company that might be interested in doing this, please chat to Melissa and I. We'll gladly give you all the details. You can register, sign up, but it's a really awesome and global, obviously, cause that we're looking to support. So obviously it's really about the key objectives here, fostering your global initiatives to advance STEM, which obviously is very close to our Women in Tech vision and mission, and then also just really accelerating the representation of women in STEM. I think that's an absolutely critical aspect. Universal digital access, which again is something that we support very much here from a South African perspective, and then also obviously development of ethical, unbiased and inclusive technologies. Okay, so those are the key things. We have got targets, as Mel said, impact 100 million women and girls by 2030, I think, yes, by 2030. And then those are the key target areas that we're looking to focus on. So see what appeals to you, see what has already been done and how we can actually use those targets to be part of a greater movement.
And just one thing also, our CEO, Yumimo Ayuki, who is based in Paris, every year now there's the Tech Diplomacy Forum. So if you as an organization wants to get involved in writing the policies, creating the regulations and the governance to actually create lasting generational change when it comes to policies for women in tech, then that's also just for you to be aware of. Let us know if you want to be involved in those conversations.
Great. And these are just basically the impact categories and the areas of where you can actually drive commitment. Obviously, all of this stuff is available on that link. So if we'll go back to it if you want to take a picture, please. Okay, and then you have different levels. Obviously, depending on the size of the organization or you as an individual, those are the kind of impact levels that we're looking at, right from participant level where you can impact 10,000 women or girls, going right up to 100,000 plus. So obviously, those are your big, huge corporates. Okay. Right.
So yeah, be part of the change. That's all we want to send the message through. So thank you so much for listening to our little presentation. And with that, I think
we're going to just let you just take the picture if you would like to take a picture of the link. Anybody want to take a picture? No? Okay. No. You got it. You did it. Oh, sorry. I'm sleeping. You're not slow.
All right. So thank you for that, because it is important. This is why Women in Tech exist. This is why we want to create opportunity for the future, right? For the next generation. So that's why it's important. So thank you for that. Okay. So with that, I would love to introduce you to a lovely next speaker. So today, I don't know if everyone I spoke to outside was like, wow, this event is really different than any other event I've been to. It's touching topics that we never speak about. It's opening my eyes to being more inclusive in ways I never thought about. So the next topic is very relevant because we're going to be having our guest speaker. Now, I hope I'm going to say your name right. Is it BOLDLY? BOLDLY. Got there with a click. Matlala, she is South Africa's leading menopause coach. She's a TEDx speaker and founder of Redefining Menopause Africa. Zoli is a powerful advocate changing the menopause narrative across Africa, working with many corporates and communities and individuals in this inclusive space. She's also an author She wrote the book, The Perimenopausal Globetrotter. And today she's here to talk to us about what it means to be inclusive when we're talking about menopause. So can we all give a very big round of applause to Toli?
Good day, everyone, or is it good afternoon? Hi. As it's been said, my name is Toli, and I'm 47 this year. I love reading the room. Thank you. I always love reading the room before starting the conversation. Who is on the 4th floor with me? Team 40s, hands up. Yes. Okay, 5th floor. 6th floor. Not today, there's nobody on the 6th floor. Okay, let's go to the other side of the spectrum. 3rd floor. Okay. 2nd floor. Oh, I love the energy there. And 1st floor. We're inclusive, right? So we don't want to leave any floor out. There is the 1st floor. Yay! The reason that I love reading the room when it comes to this conversation is because most of the time we think that, oh no, it's for a certain age group. For example, this morning I had a 34-year-old walking out saying that, no, this conversation is not for me. But her colleagues said that, you know, she's going to regret it. And also I'd like to acknowledge the gentlemen that are here in the room, because yet again, we think menopause is a conversation only for, thank you, when the truth of the matter is for all of us, because they coexist with us as brothers, as leaders, as colleagues, as siblings, as husbands. So they need to be part of this conversation. When I say menopause, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Brain fog, which is a positive, right? Okay, we'll stop there. Since 2016, that's the answer that I get. Hot flashes first. But the truth of the matter is menopause is more than hot flashes. Like the list of the symptoms is over 100 right now. Because more and more women are deciding to be boldly visible through this phase of life. In the olden days, I mean, menopause meant to women like, you've reached your shelf life, your life is over, your value at work as a woman is over. Then they'll start shrinking. And not just shrinking at home. Like I'm part of DALIA, which focuses on South African women research, because most of the time when we speak research, we like to quote America, we like to quote Europe. But what is happening here closer at home? According to DALIA, 1 out of 5 women will hide their menopause struggles at home. And home is supposed to be a safe space, our sanctuary. Then 2 out of 5 women will hide their struggles at work. And how many hours do we spend at work? It should be a space where we bring our entire being, not certain pockets of us. And then bring it to the industry that you are in, tech space. You are already dealing with so much. And then some women find that they have then to dim and mute who they are as women, because it's like it's an additional extra showing up as a woman, especially when it comes to hormonal effects. Whether we're talking periods, whether we're taking things like endometriosis, PCOS, fibroids, cysts, women shrink and shrink and shrink. And then some will find themselves waking off sick. Well, they're not really sick, but they struggle with insomnia, which is one of the symptoms of menopause. Then come morning time, you are feeling like so fatigued, run over by a truck, and then you just like, you know what? Since my organization is not menopause inclusive, I'm just going to pick up the phone and wake off sick. But if organizations are menopause inclusive, this subject is normalized, then women are able to show up. You are able to pick up the phone and say that, you know what, may I start my shift 12 o'clock. I'll put in what is required for me of the day. But normally we find that, because I like having these conversations also with the women that are at the top levels, the decision makers, some that had to stand up that I'm sure they're hiding themselves because we're told to look out for them. Most of them, when this phase of life happens to them, they use what I've termed the executive privilege. They can pick up the phone, move my meetings, change my day. But what about the junior staff that does not have those liberties? They cannot. Then that's when they get into trouble. Like, but why are you picking off sick? and then they can't advocate for themselves. Then there is also the invisible woman. I always say when we're having these conversations, it would be great to have the lady that is cleaning the office space, because she's a woman. Because the truth of the matter is every woman is going to go into menopause at some point or another. But you find people falling through the cracks, even at home. The ladies that assist us with running our households. I'd like to challenge you when we get home, strike that conversation with her. When she closes that door to her bedroom, what happens? What is she dealing with? Because menopause symptoms are from top to the bottom of our feet. They are emotional symptoms. Suddenly she's giving you lip. And you're thinking like, what's that? Suddenly she is even here, she could clean the office building in 30 minutes. Suddenly she's struggling with joint pain, that fatigue. And then you're thinking she's dropping the ball. She's no longer interested in that. So it is very important that we make sure that every woman knows as much as possible about menopause. And I know that this is even shorter than the TED Talk time that I've been given. So this is almost like speed dating menopause. I thought TED was short, but what I've been giving today so is more of a surface scratcher. So if I happen to be dragged out of the stage, on LinkedIn is BOLDLY. My website is redefining-menopause-africa.com so that you can see more. And then I also have a number of podcasts that you can look up on YouTube. And then my book, also, I speak to men because they need to hear more about it. I speak to the workplace because 1 out of 10 women will resign due to their menopause struggles. And then you look at the cost of that resignation. It's the loss of talent, right? The loss of the skill, experience, and all of that. Then how long does it take to advertise, to retrain, and amass this experience, instead of making sure that women continue to thrive and be boldly visible during this phase of life? And when I say boldly visible, even when you are doing a presentation, if you get your personal summoner, should be able to boldly pull out your bag that is regular, accommodating your outfit, and nobody is looking at you like, why is she suddenly morphing into a freak of nature? I went into menopause in my 30s, but I wasted years, looking at the symptoms in isolation, because nobody prepares us for this. Our own mothers had to speak to us about this, let alone they're in the workplace. My own mom thought that I needed to detox, taking yongo out, take some castor oil so that I could be as right as rain. And also, I went into it before her. So science can tell us that you look at the history of your family, but then there's other lifetime influences. I was working as a flight attendant, crazy working hours, spraying pesticides on the aircraft before every international flight, taking work crazy hours, not sleeping properly. And nobody is telling us about the effect of not sleeping properly on our reproductive system. The stress that we're navigating to show up and meet the deadlines, the food that we're eating, that we eat normally for enjoyment or grab and go, but it's not nutritious, so it's not doing much for us. We are consumed sugar, energy drinks to keep going, taking fast foods, right? And then continuously poisoning ourselves. Makeup to show up to be deemed professional and looking good. Some of the makeup that we're using has got EDCs, which is like endocrine disrupting chemicals. We're poisoning ourselves. The relaxers that we are using, the harming us, the fiber that we're using to braid our hair, it's got stuff in it called canacolin that we are not aware of. So organizations need to look also, how is a professional look supposed to be like? Isn't it supposed to be clean and fresh? And I mean, who's keeping time for me? I've got 1 minute, 2. Okay, keep going. Okay, please let me know I've got 2 minutes. I would like to come back, so I don't want you guys to say, no, she talks too much. Anyway, so it is important that we take care of ourselves. I was mentioning all these things that we need to look at. Things like not getting enough vitamin D. Vitamin D plays a huge role. Not just for our mood, we need it for so much. But like today, it was an overcast day, right? Hop into the car, get to the parking basement, go up the lift, artificial lights the whole day, knock off, get in the car, get home, it's late, artificial lighting. Then you wonder why you're moody sometimes, why you're irritable, why you're cranky, why you're not sleeping well, why you're so many things. there is so much that we can look into so that we are continuously, boldly thriving through this phase of life. As has been said, the natural ages for menopause is from the ages of 45 to 55. 51 being the most common age, and here in South Africa, UCT says that 48 is the natural age. The period that is leading now to women reaching menopause, which is called perimenopause, and it can turn so many women's lives upside down. It can happen 10 years before. So if you minus 10 years, most women are transitioning into menopause from the ages of 35. But they're not aware. They keep putting off the symptoms to one thing or another because the periods are still there. They've just given birth, and they think that everything is back and the range is okay. But they are treating things like your dry eyes, metallic bitter taste in the mouth, weakened brittle nails, blaming the nail technicians, changes in the body odor, like your 25-hour protection products is no longer doing what it used to do. And then initially judge the people around you, but it's like, actually, it is me. Green Cross becomes your area of interest now. You used to rock your heels, but suddenly your achy joints, your plantar flatus, like your heels, you feel like you're on fire. And you know that when your shoes are uncomfortable, you are moody, you are irritable, you are grumpy. Yet again, you are maybe having to show up in a space where professionalism is dimming into how elevated you are. But all of this change can only happen if we get together as women, rally our voices together, because just like the periods and pregnancy, some women will breeze into menopause, God's favorite children. And 50% will have mild to moderate symptoms, but they continue to show up for work. Just like the period, some women like, PMS, I'm struggling here and there, but I can still show up. Then there's a 25%, even as girls, I would say that the first 2 days, school was not a thing for me because I was just in bed the whole day. Some women will say pregnancy. That one time, it was enough for me. So menopause is also like that. And that does not mean that anybody's experience is invalid, because sometimes as women we like to pinpoint that it is being dramatic, it's just menopause. Just because your experience was easier. And I always say we are enjoying the benefits of maternity leave because the women before us, when they got to the workplace, they were like, you know what happens when we fall pregnant? Because it was boys' town, right? So they had to find ways to have their job security. Now with a generation that is staying longer in the workplace, and sometimes menopause is happening earlier for known reasons or unknown reasons, whether through cancer, then someone had to go into radiation or into chemotherapy, and then it leads them to medically induced menopause, or sometimes fibroid cyst and all of that, and then they go into surgically induced menopause. So menopause is not this one-sided angle that we've been taught, and sometimes it can happen for unknown reasons. Smokers. Other than cancer, because the box just keeps saying smoking causes cancer. But yet again, it can bring menopause before time. It's one of the questions that one gets asked. When I went for my consultation at 38, that was one of the questions I was asked, do you smoke? I'm like, no, I do not. Because smoking, it does. So if you are smoking, you can start maybe really looking at how you can start minimizing that. Because yet again, you need to live your optimum best life. And then, on the other side of the spectrum, when a woman has gone through 12 months without a period, then they've reached menopause. Then on the other side, then it's post-menopause. So menopause is just that single life event when a woman has reached that 12 months without a period. Thereafter, she's in post-menopause, and some of the symptoms go away, others get better, or you might get new ones. But it's better. I always say informed is empowered. Like, for example, the other day, my heartbeat was going haywire. Any other day, I could have thought I'm having a heart attack. But because I understood what hormones are doing, then I was like, let me sit it out. Time is done. All right, I'm going to be here till the end of the event. If anybody wants to chat some more as to how we can make corporate SA more inclusive, please let's talk, because it's up to us to change it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have you back anytime, and we'll give you more time next time, because I think it's such an amazing topic that we do need to be speaking more about and educating ourselves on. So thank you so much for that. It was absolutely...
I was supposed to put this up. Oh. I was supposed to put this under a seat as an Oprah Winfrey moment. But what I'm having in my hand is a certificate for 1 hour free consultation with Zoli for anyone that's interested. First hand up. Oh no, that's too hard. This is too. No, you can't have one. No. Ask a question. Okay. What is the title of her book? I didn't mention it in the intro. No? That's her company, but what is her book called? No.
Premenopausal globetrotter.
Yes, you said trotter, the trot of it. Aha!
I've both.
Just for those who want to go and buy the book, it's called The Perimenopausal Globetrotter. That's the book name. Perimenopausal Globetrotter is the book. So go and support her. Please. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's get this.
And actually more inclusive and supportive of each other. And I think there's a whole lot of stuff that we don't even know because I think we just pretend it doesn't exist. So here we go. But some wonderful work we've done there, and I think we should definitely be supporting each other and obviously initiatives like you've got. Thank you so much. All right, we are moving on. So next up, I would like to introduce also from Absa, from group. Try this again, I'll put my teeth in this time round. I'd like to introduce Busisiwe Sitole, who is the Absa Head of Delivery Equity Diversity. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I think I'm having one of those symptoms. I think it's the symptoms. Let's try this again. Okay. I would like to introduce Busisiwe Sitole, who is the Head of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion and Belonging for Absa Group. To just tell you a bit about Busisiwe, she is a visionary leader with over 20 years of experience driving socio-economic change across Africa. From a rural Limpopo to global recognition, she's a passionate advocate for unlocking Africa's full potential through inclusive, purpose-led transformation. Over to you, Busisiwe.
No worries. Wow, you look beautiful from here. Very beautiful. Okay, so everyone, my name is Busisiwe. Not Busi, not Busisiwe, but Busisiwe. I'm not saying that because I just want to be cheeky, but there's a beautiful story behind my name. For those that don't know, Busisiwe is, it means blessed in isiZulu. So when you say Busi, I feel like you're saying I'm half blessed. Yeah? So I decided I'm going to make sure that everybody knows that I prefer to be called Busisiwe, so that those blessings come, those blessings come, those blessings come whenever you call me. Yeah? Okay, cool. So I've been tasked to engage with you around generational diversity and inclusion. I don't know if you can see at the back what I'm wearing. I'm wearing dogmatis today. For those that can't see, I'm wearing dogmatis. I'm literally walking in the shoes of the young people. These are my daughter's shoes. So I borrowed them. She wore them so my daughter is at varsity now. She is pursuing a degree in computer science, so she's also a woman in tech. And last year she was in matric. And there I am going around looking for lovely shoes for her. And then she said, Mama, I'm not going to wear any of those shoes that you're looking at. I'm going to be in my Dr. Martens for my matric dance. And I thought, that's interesting. Isn't it that all the time we adopt to all the cultures and all the ways of doing things that has happened many, many years ago, 1970, whatever, and continue to do them because they are a culture, right? So when she said that, I thought it's actually one of those things that organizations need to look at, that when young people come into the organizations, do we not box them into being what we are because of what our predecessors are and because of what their predecessors are? Because when people come into the organization, we adopt the culture, and sometimes we don't even know where that culture comes from. And the other thing that she also said for her matric dance was that, don't worry about hiring a fancy car that I've never been in before. And I insisted that, no, you must, and I went to an extent of, how about this one? Eventually she gave in and said, okay, I'll go with this one. She went with, what do they call this car? I'll remember. It's a very old car. The 60s car, but a very nice car. I'll remember just now. And a day before, she said, tell me, Uncle T, can you check with him whether he's available tomorrow? And I said, okay, why? Why would you want to check whether Uncle T is available? And then he said, because I think I want to go to the matric dance with a motorbike. And Uncle T is a biker. So she did exactly that. She spoke to Uncle T, and Rolls-Royce is the car. So I already paid for it. She said, no, don't worry, I will go in it because my hair will be, I can't put my hair in that thing. So the Rolls-Royce will carry me from home up until the venue. But then when we get there, I'm going to abandon the Rolls-Royce. So just be ready for that. And when we got there, she did exactly that. She hopped on a bike. And my goodness, you should have seen those kids there. All of them, they were like, oh, I so wish I was her. With their sound. And then she comes with her Doc Martens, walking comfortably. And I'm looking at these other girls who look beautiful, by the way. But they're so uncomfortable in those high shoes, And there she walks. And you could see from the other girls that they're thinking, I should have just worn my comfortable shoes. I should have just done that thing that I always wanted to do, which is going on a motorbike. And she came in, and even the principal said, wow, that was an entrance of the motorbike. So where I'm going with this is that from the generational diversity perspective, there is a lot of things that organizations need to consider when we bring in young people. The UN has actually mentioned that Africa has got the youngest population in the world. And the other piece that I also want to mention is the fact that the Africa report says that 70% of consumers in Africa are women, which means that the majority, potentially, of our markets, of our customers, are young women. Now, for those, let me just quickly check how many of us are from Absa. I just want to see how deep I need to go. Okay, so there is actually a number of us who are not from Absa. So at Absa, our purpose is to empower Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. So that's our purpose. Everything that we do is around the purpose. We are actually working towards ensuring that each and every story does matter. Now, the question is, from generational diversity and inclusion perspective, organizations, us as Absa and other many organizations, do we really take time to consider the stories of the young people? Generational diversity for us is looking at how do we ensure that we are taking along the older generation. At the same time, we are taking along the younger generation. and so that there can be intergenerational transfer of skills, intergenerational engagements for us to understand each other better so that we can do business better. But we do have quite a lot that we still need to do in terms of starting with the employee life cycle, or the colleague life cycle, as we call it. But before I get there, I just want to outline the fact that I was super impressed with the team that was here, that was, talking about the work that we are doing from people with disability perspective. So I would actually not do justice to the DIB agenda. We call it DIB agenda, it's quite long. Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, DIB, we call it. I will not be doing justice to the DEIB agenda if I don't mention what actually we focus on as Absa. So the first strategic pillar is gender diversity and inclusion. We call it the gender agenda. And we are both looking at men and women. And the reason for that is that we take cognizance of the fact that men are allies of the women agenda, but they also need to pour from a full cup. But at the same time, we take cognizance of the fact that we need to apply equity so that we can close the gaps that we are having from the women agenda perspective. The second one is generational diversity and inclusion, which I will focus on now. The third one is, in fact, there's no one or second or whatever. I'm just outlining. There's no priority, but they're all priorities. The third one is people with disability, which is, our colleagues have shared beautiful stories around, the work that we are doing within Absa. And then the fourth one is neurodiversity, which I would like to believe that there is a lot of neurodivergent people in this room, because a lot of people who take the line of technology, most of them are neurodivergent. I know my daughter is neurodivergent, and I always call the neurodivergent people, the geniuses. That's what I always say. She's a genius, and that's actually proven, because Einstein is one of the neurodivergent people. He's a genius, right? Yeah, so neurodiversity is one of those focus areas, and then the other piece is, inclusive culture and leadership, as well as racial diversity and inclusion, and the LGBTQA+ community. But really what we look at is to say, how do we ensure that we are applying diversity and inclusion in everything that we do, whether it is with our colleagues through our colleague life cycle, or whether it is through our customer propositions. We do have, by the way, a women specific product that we have developed for women-owned businesses. And whether it is from the supplier diversity perspective, where we take into consideration youth-owned, women-owned businesses as part of our supply chain. So in terms of generational diversity, I need to make sure that I'm not kicked out quickly. In terms of generational diversity, really the challenge that we all have as organizations that we always need to consider is the fact that we need to remember that there are things that the young people are actually bringing to the table. I saw when they were asking about the first floor, second floor, I think majority of the room is actually the youth. And it's critical that we understand that from the business perspective, majority of the people in Africa are young people, which means majority of the people who are and who will be our customers are young people. Now, can you imagine an older person developing a product which does not speak to the younger person? That person is not going to buy the product. So it's not just a good thing to do or a nice thing to do. It's actually a strategic thing to do for us as an organization, for the organizations out there to consider that we need to have young people on those tables, on those decision-making tables. When we are making decisions around the strategy to take the business forward and to grow it, we need to have young people. When we are developing product, we need to have young people. But the thing that I want to challenge us as women today, and by the way, gentlemen as well, they need to take this into consideration, is that we need to remember that just because I'm older, I'm not the only one in the room that has got something to bring to the table. And that's one thing that we have seen over and over, where the leaders, do not open up spaces for young people. A lot of organizations have got ageism, which is a pity because they keep on losing customers, young customers, because people feel that they don't belong. When you look at the colleague life cycle from the attraction perspective, when you're doing the recruitment, simple things like on the interview panel, is there young people? You don't want a young person to be sitting there and thinking, oh, I don't want to join this boring organization. We need to consider there must be diversity in terms of the people we're interviewing. This person needs to be excited about coming and joining this organization. She needs to relate to somebody on that panel. And if she doesn't, if she's got other offers, you would be the last organization that that person chooses. And then if you look at the other piece of the colleague life cycle, which speaks to ways of work, we also need to take into consideration that how we used to work many, many years ago does not appeal to how young people work. Just because, we used to work so hard and be there until 10 o'clock at night and give it, it does not mean that young people are interested in that. And that does not mean that just because they are not there for an extra hour, it means they're not giving their best. They've got their ways of work, and we need to take that into consideration. The other piece is in terms of training, which speaks to the life cycle again. We are so obsessed, and I know, I'm one of those, yes, I've got a master's degree, yes, I'm doing a doctorate degree, but young people are probably thinking, why would I want to go through that torture? Like, why? And unfortunately, many organizations, when they approve the learning and development programs, they're still thinking that way. That you need to have an MBA, you need to have this, and they're not taking into consideration the skills of today and the skills of tomorrow, which young people are actually looking at and are already thinking of, I don't actually need to be staying and doing a degree for 4 years. I can literally go and study for six months and come and earn more than you. So it's things like that organizations need to take seriously, that, you don't have a head of learning who's only approving MBAs. You've got a lot of MBA students, but you don't have anyone, that you don't have a talent pipeline of, the data science, your stuff, the lovely stuff that you do. So we need to challenge ourselves as decision makers to say, hang on, around the table, is there anyone who's actually going to bring the voice of the young people when we make the decisions around this kind of stuff? And the other thing is in terms of remuneration as well as recognition. That's one of the big things. So one of our strategic pillars from the gender agenda is pay parity. And our women's forum are very big on that. We want to make sure that there is no manga business that is happening when coming to pay. So young people as well, this thing of saying, because this person has been with the organization for 30 years, therefore he will earn or she will earn way more, whereas this young person who has got 2 years experience is actually, you have heard, is actually at the forefront of blocking the hackers from penetrating Absa. And you want that very same person who's blocking the hackers from penetrating Absa to be earning little, whereas the person who's actually at the back, who is, not even aware that there's hackers, is earning 500 times compared to that. It doesn't make sense. We need to take all these things into consideration for us to be able to retain these strong people, these lovely people who are actually saving the organization every day. And then the other piece as well is in terms of succession planning. The talent is one of those big things that I'm very passionate about, because you will see when we are doing the succession plan and the mapping there, and you're like, all those people won't be here in 10 years' time. So who's going to be leading this organization? because you are really, really ignoring the people who are the leaders of this organization in 10 years' time. One of those people that you are, not looking at will be the CEO of this company in 10 years' time. So those are the things that we need to take into consideration to say, are we really taking time to take into consideration what is happening now? Or are we just, moving, because that's how it has always been done. We look at Turner, we don't look at what the person is bringing to the table, because this person has been here longer, therefore, he needs to be saved. We must actually retain this person. And then you leave that person who's blocking the hackers to actually go next door, because you're not giving them a voice. Lastly, in terms of, this is a conversation that probably a lot of leaders will not like me for. We as leaders, women leaders specifically, have we seen ourselves how we act and make these young people feel uncomfortable when they come to these boardrooms? The young people lose themselves in this corporate world because they come there, they feel, oh my goodness, they must be tiptoeing around Busisiwe because she's head of what, and tell her that they like her shoes even if they don't like her shoes, just for them to be on the right books. That is wrong. And have we seen how unpretty we look? Because we are so serious, we don't even smile. I mean, I was looking at this lady and I'm thinking, wow, she's actually quite pretty when she smiles. Because we have got this thing, hierarchy. I am an executive. You cannot just speak to me like that. So those are the things that we need to take into consideration. That's why a lot of young people, when you ask them, they say, actually, I want to start my business. Because they just feel that by being in these corporates, they lose themselves because of us, the older generation. We do not have an open door policy, even if we are saying we do. When somebody's coming and is coming through, you like, don't speak to me, you are a junior. What is that? You were once a junior as well. And for as much as I'm concerned, many of us are actually junior compared to the ones that we are considering to be junior, because they know way more than us. They're out there, they are investigating, they're very inquisitive, but we kill them. We kill their, a lot of organizations have got a lot of bodies of young people who have lost themselves. They cannot articulate themselves anymore. When they were coming to these organizations, they were excited and looking forward to add value. But how are they treated? They're treated like little kids. You can't speak to me like that because I'm older than you. I've been here for longer. And this young person who used to be so confident, so articulative, so innovative, loses everything because they feel they must please us. They must, I must tell her all the time that, she looks very nice, so that next time when there's an opportunity, she considers. We are building a generation of people who are not honest because they cannot be honest to themselves. If they cannot be honest to themselves and say, if my boss is saying something that I do not agree with, if my boss is saying something that I can see is actually putting the organization at risk, I cannot be able to tell her, because if I tell her, then she's going to feel that I'm challenging her authority. What are we building? That person will not be honest with you, will not be honest with herself, and end up being, one day a leader who is so used to not being honest. And what kind of leaders will we have? So those are one of the things that I actually wanted to say, that I always use the opportunity, that let's hold up the mirror as the older generation, as the leaders. Let's hold up the mirror. That are we really doing justice to the younger generation? Are we really making them to feel like they want to be us? Most of us, when they look at us, when the young people look at us, they're like, I definitely don't want to be like her, because she is so upset all the time, she's so grumpy all the time, and one day I'm smiling, they're like, oh, so Busisiwe is so pretty. They never see that I was pretty, because all this time I'm always this, so let's put down our masks Yes, we can be bold. What is the thing? Visibly bold. But being visibly bold doesn't mean that you must be visibly bold. No. You can be visibly bold and still be kind, and still be friendly, and still be yourself. And allow other people that you're engaging with to also be visibly bold. Visibly bold can just mean that, somebody who's 20 years can actually challenge me and say, hang on, you've been doing this thing wrong for the past 20 years. And I should be comfortable to actually learn from that person. So generational diversity is the future for the day. Is the future, and we need to always take that into consideration strategically. It shouldn't be a by the way, strategically. Otherwise, we will lose money on the table as organizations, because these young people will actually go and establish their own businesses and compete with us. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Wusi. I just had to say, am I relating with my shoes? Do I look young enough to attract the young ones in the boardroom? I don't know. But this was wonderful. They do say that your smile is actually your signature. And a lot of us choose not to smile. I don't know why. The one that I had, I remember when I was young, was just around that whole aspect of that. Can you see that I'm the boss and you report to me? So I think as ladies, let's also mind our languages. Ne? We don't do very well there, but we hear you. We'll change, we'll try. I want to call the next panel. This is actually continuing on the same conversation. We are going to be talking about be seen, be heard, and be boldly visible. We've got an amazing group of women, and I'm going to just call them up to come through. Sneh Dlamini, she's the Group Vice President, Technology and Digital at AECI. Sneh, come through. And I must tell you, as she was walking, I was like, "Go, you! Look at her! Can you just stand? Look at her!" Woo! We also have Vinolia Martin. Vinolia is the Group Vice President, Technology and Digital for PwC. Where are you, Vinolia? And Vinolia has been in our advisory board. It's so wonderful to have you here. We've got Georgina Barik, Head of Sales and Talent Solutions from Resource Genex. Goodness me, Georgina. Welcome. Also such a supporter of the work that we do as well. Then we've got Yonela Makalima, who's the Women in Tech Youth Team volunteer. So as Women in Tech, we're not just saying, come and volunteer, we give the spaces. It's phenomenal to have you here. And our moderator for the day will be Pumeza Langa, who's the founder of and host of Sisterhood Hour. Welcome. So these ladies will be talking about continuation of generational diversity and women's health and just sharing stories. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Am I on? Perfect. Afternoon, everyone. How are we feeling? Feeling? Oh, no, I don't believe you. How are you feeling? You're good. Woo! So, I love the fact that, I was saying to Erica, and I'm like, oh, the introductions have been done for me. But I also just want to say to you that, it's the last panel of the day. Energies, we're still there, but we also thinking, okay, we need to get out of Santon. But, I know, reality check, right? But I really want you to just have an open heart and spirit about our conversation today. There's a lot that's been shared in terms of experiences, what you've seen, what you've heard, what you've also had to carry for yourself throughout your journey. There are different avenues that you've probably had to explore and walk down, offer guidance and support to other individuals. Or even if it's a case if you see something and it was highly traumatic and you thought to yourself, I don't want to do that, right? So our conversation is going to be about being seen, be heard, be boldly visible. So we've heard so many discussions taking place today, the insights shared, but also consider what that means for you going forward. And even the question mark of, where have I not been boldly visible? Or what does it mean? How do I define being boldly visible for myself? How do I want to be heard? How do I want to be seen? In no matter what space that you're in, whether professionally or personally. So think about that as we get started. Ladies, are we ready? Yes. Perfect. So our first conversation, or our first parts of our topic today is going to be, I'm going to ask in two different ways in terms of visibility. When have you said to yourself, I need to step into a space of being visible? And also, when has somebody else, memory, has someone said to you, I need you to be more visible. I encourage you to be more visible because you've got the ideas, you've got the talent, you've got the something, and more people need to see it. So you can pick a question, and then you can answer it. I will start with Sneh.
Sure. I think for me, both, but I'll speak about the latter. I think throughout my career, I've had mentors who have sort of encouraged me to voice my ideas, my concerns. Some of them have even sponsored some of those ideas in some way. And I think that has played a very critical role in my growth, in my career growth. Some of them have recommended books that I need to read to be more visible, to have the voice and to take a seat at the table, but not just to take a seat at the table, but to have the voice once I've taken the seat. Yeah, so I think that is probably the most impactful one for me.
Vanolia?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think for me, I think there's two parts, right? There's a one piece around what visibility meant when I just started my career, because that looks very different as you progress throughout your career. So when I started, it was, oh my goodness, I need to be the first person in the office and the last person to leave so that, I'm visible. And I thought that if I worked hard enough, and I would have the hope that my work will speak for itself. Little did I know that my work didn't have a mouth, that I actually have to speak up. So what I then needed to do is to really get to a point of building the confidence to speak up, building the confidence to ensure that my contributions, my value, and my impact is being recognized. So then there was an evolution, right? So that's how it started. So I started as a silent contributor, and I then had to move into a more bolder person that now owns the space and owns different spaces that I've been in, and mentors and sponsorship was quite critical in my role as well. But it was really that shift as to what that visibility meant for me.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to skip you, Georgina, because there's the question that's going to lead into the next part of our conversation. I'm going to ask you, Yanela.
Afternoon, everyone. So for me, I love that question because there's a very specific story that stands out for me. And I think it's centered around the idea of someone believing in you to be visible, but not just saying that, but going a step further and saying, I trust you, this is what I'm giving to you, to show that I trust you in being visible. So I had joined an investment company as my first working or professional role, and we were meant to be there for 4 months for training in Cape Town. My suitcases were packed, I was headed back home to Joburg, and my team leader at the time literally stops me and says, you have to cancel that flight. We see something in you, we see leadership potential, and we just need you to hone that skill a little bit more. And I'm just thinking to myself, me, like I'm just a random girl from the Eastern Cape, I'm very shy, I don't think I can do this, but I think that's when it clicked for me, realizing that there's someone that can actually believe in you, but they can make it practical and make it real for you. And that's when I drew into my strengths and to say, if someone is going to believe in me this much, the admin of changing flights, of shifting things around, of changing my entire working environment just to accommodate a belief, then I can surely step up and just accept that and be more visible. So yeah, that was my story.
I love that. Sure. It makes a big difference when somebody actually will step into your space and say, I see it, I see you, I see your talent, I just need you to bring it out. Yeah. And how often do we say, I really want to give this idea a voice, to be at the table, you've got the ideas, but then you just sit quietly and be like, well, I'm sure somebody will be able to read my mind, and we can do this, and we'll be implemented, we'll be successful. But also being able to find your voice in a room filled with individuals. And sometimes you think you want to package your messaging in a specific way to sound like everybody else in the room. But sometimes you just need to just sound a little bit offbeat, because most people actually appreciate the fact that if you just say what it is that you want to say, respectfully, but also depending, you have to read the room sometimes to consider what it is that you want to share, how you want to share it, but then also unpack it for everybody in there. Georgina, you are nodding your head vigorously. But also because we had a conversation just before we came up, and I was asking you that particular question, how, what does advocating for somebody else look like? And when has somebody advocated for you? Sure. And how do you even receive it? Because sometimes you have those moments when someone says, yes, step up, we see the talent, but you're thinking, tomorrow morning you're going to wake up and you're going to realize, no, that was not the person, because imposter syndrome, right? And as much as you want to believe and you rah-rah yourself, you've got the affirmations, it's now stepping out of the house and into the world, and you need to carry that confidence.
So a couple of things. I think a little bit like Vinolia, your level of visibility, your level of confidence changes as you evolve. And thank goodness we've had the menopause speech already, because the one thing that we didn't perhaps touch on is when you do hit that, I think they call it the rage age, when you do hit it, you suddenly fit into your skin a lot better, and you are a lot more reflective, I think. So despite those who know me, I am actually quite introverted, but I learned early on in my career that the way to move forward and to be visible was to be a lot more extroverted. So I'm a learned extrovert. In my heart, I'm actually an introvert, but I've learned extrovert behaviors, because that's how I knew I could become more visible. Only in later years now, and as I've kind of settled into my skin, have I realized that visibility is not visibility when it's only your reflection in the mirror. Okay. You need to have the reflection of others around you in that same mirror for it to be true visibility. I'm going to say that if I look at my fellow panelists, I think I'm the only Gen X on the panel. And so Gen Xers, we are actually quite, we people who don't like self-promotion. We didn't grow up in a time of social media, so we don't know really about promoting ourselves on LinkedIn. We've had to learn it. We don't know about putting our lives out there all the time. We didn't grow up in that time. Guys, I grew up in a time where we had dial-up telephones. In fact, there was no internet when I grew up. The internet was invented in my lifetime, and now here's AI. We've just seen an amazing presentation about what you can do with AI. So as a Gen X, we've learned a lot along the way, and I'm going to use what sometimes in South Africa is seen as a dirty word. I'm going to use that because of my age, because of the way I look. I grew up with privilege, and I've also learned that privilege becomes power when it's redistributed. Guys, and I'm going to say to each and every one of you in this room, we've all had levels of privilege, some more, some less. But the very fact that we are sitting here today, we've got to own we have a level of privilege. If we didn't, we wouldn't be sitting in this room today. And it's been for me about unpacking the privilege that I've had, and not the obvious privilege. The privilege of sponsorship, the privilege of somebody in my early career who spoke my name in a room when I wasn't there. The privilege of having access to, because of the time I grew up, a playbook that others didn't have access to. That is a privilege. The privilege of how to behave in an interview, how to dress for an interview, how to handle myself in a management meeting, which others didn't have. And I think what's incumbent upon all of us now is to share that privilege, to share the playbook, if you've had it, if you've had access to it, is to share it and to bring others along on that journey.
Thank you so much. I want to continue on that conversation with regards to the topic of sharing the playbook across the generations and the different spaces that we all occupy. And I want to ask you, Yonela, in terms of your experience, how have you felt when it came to the accessibility of playbooks? When you ask individuals who have been in the industry much longer than you, people will always say that, like, no, just DM them or send them an email, introduce yourself. Just say this is who you are, what you're about, and surely they'll respond. I've tried it numerous times over the course of the years in terms of my career. Some of them very ghost town, blue tick. Most people talk about blue ticking. And even now when someone inboxes me and I can't necessarily assist them with anything, I remember what it felt like having somebody just blue tick me and completely ignore my existence. And it's somebody that you hold in high regard, and you're thinking, this is why I'm contacting you. You've written a whole paragraph of why you've contacted them, and they say nothing in return. But then on the back of that, there are other individuals who respond, and they say, here's my number, here's my email, let's connect. What do you do? Where are you? Like, literally, and you walk away thinking, oh my word, I asked one question, but thank you for guiding me so much and still being actively interested in what I do. So how have you experienced that? Because I think there comes a level of when you're a younger generation, which generation are you? Z? Millennial. Oh, we're both millennials, great. Right. So when it comes to millennials or Gen Z, most people think that it's a constant in your face. So how have you experienced it when it came to reaching out, getting information? Has there been an easy way to relate with individuals? Or do people look at you and they're like, oh, she's so young. How do you then step into those spaces and say, take me seriously, I'm looking for information, this is what I can also contribute?
I think the first part in answering that question is my opinion of this playbook that is presented when you enter corporate is that it's very one-dimensional in the sense that they'll say, no, just schedule a coffee chat with the CEO. Whereas it takes more to that, and I think you sort of need a personalized approach to this playbook. So for instance, as leaders, we really can't be telling all of the people in our team to just schedule coffee chats. I mean, there's a sense of understanding to know that, okay, Yonela comes from a background where speaking to elders is frowned upon. So how do we then empower Yonela to be able to walk up to a CEO and initiate that conversation, and it not being seen as disrespectful as it would culturally be seen? So I think the first thing, or the first part to my experience was that it wasn't personalized. It was very one-dimensional, clear-cut, and it often seemed to be tailored to extroverts. And that's when I tapped into relatability. So finding someone in the workplace that looks like you, maybe has the same character traits as you, that can really help to set you up when you start initiating those conversations. And if I'm being honest, I don't think I started on that journey early enough to be able to get those rejections or blue-ticked by people, and that's something I really regret because I should have. But currently, and in my current role, I think most people are helpful, but the help isn't practical. I'm a very practical person, so if you're going to give me a playbook, don't give me high level. I want it to be practical, and you need to make it sustainable. So open the door up for further conversations, for follow-up questions. If you have additional information to share, share that information, make it practical for me. And that's something I approach, or I use as an approach when others reach out for assistance.
And I love what you shared, right? But it's also up for us as leaders to create spaces for our people to do that. Because, I often hear that, as leaders, we want to help you grow. Set up the coffee chat, my door's always open. I've got an open door policy, but your door is so closed that you don't invite the person in. You don't create the platforms and spaces for our people from different generations, no matter what that is, and actually give them the space for them to share their ideas, to share this playbook, to share your experiences with them. Because what I try and do is, I can't get to everyone, but what I do try and do is have group sessions, and I'm intentional about it. So my Fridays are how do I connect better with my people on the ground? Because that's when you get the juicy stories of what's really going on. Because you can be standing in a town hall and being, we have this great strategy, our company is doing well. But if you walk in the corridors, people are so unhappy. And if you're constantly in your office, you don't know what's really happening on the ground. So we need to be intentional as leaders to get to our people and to make the time. I think that's quite important.
I love that. Thank you so much, Manolia. Thank you, Yanela. Sneh, I want to touch on something that we chatted about a little bit on the side. And you had mentioned that you also wanted to speak about it, and it's something that we touched on earlier with regards to not letting your work speak for itself. I mean, I'm from that generation as well, where your work speaks for itself. You're thinking, I did a great job, tick box, gold star, great, everybody loves it, you get the recommendations and things. But then in the end of it, you'll find yourself realizing your work doesn't speak for yourself. And I've had that experience where I thought by handing over, and after I've completed something to a senior, they'll walk into a room and be like, Pumeza did this. Great. And then you find out later, that was not the conversation that happened. Not. People are like, who is Pumeza? But when you learn, and also I learned later that I need to speak up. I need to be bold enough to say, that is my work, that is my contribution. The team did this, I did this, these were the lessons, these were possibly the mistakes. This is how we came back from it. Own everything about it. Yeah. But now I'm learning that there were key moments I can look at when it comes to my career timeline. I'm like, I should have spoken up there. But sometimes it's a case of maybe you're fearful or unsure, or you're finding the words, or you're still trying to figure out, okay, what am I doing? How am I doing this? How have you done that in your own career when you possibly felt overlooked? Yeah. And where have you had to take responsibility and say, I should have done this, but going forward, what's done is done. This is how I'm going to do better. And probably also encourage others to do the same.
So, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I have felt overlooked in my career many times. Especially in the early stages of my career. I was absolutely one of those people that really did believe, hands on heart, that my work will speak for itself. If I just put my head down, get it done, deliver the results, it will speak for itself. And I think, like most of us in the room, I found that that wasn't always the case. The work doesn't actually speak for itself. I think that's just a lock on the door. You still need to do the hard work of demonstrating the value that you are adding in the organization. I also think that oftentimes, especially us women in tech, we have great ideas, but most of those ideas are hidden in here, and we don't always share those ideas. We don't always have the sponsorship and the channels within the organizations to actually share those ideas and get the advocacy to work towards those ideas. And I think the role of sponsorship and mentorship for me has been quite critical in my role, in that some of the ideas that I shared with my mentor, she would give me ways and steps to actually get those ideas out there. And I quickly realized that if the idea is not shared, it can never really move to the next stage, which is the advocacy and actually getting it done. And you can't necessarily get, like the recognition for ideas that you don't share. That's the first one. It's about vocalizing those ideas. The second one is about creating a platform to ensure that there's transparency around where those ideas came from. And it's not to... I don't think it's about, reward. I think it's responsibility. I think it's important for organizations to know where those ideas come from so that if other people want to co-create and build on top of that, we can actually do that collaboratively. And I also think that there's, how you show up in terms of just the different generations that we have within the organization, how I show up in a specific transition I'm thinking about myself as a grad, was completely different from how I show up now as an executive or in a boardroom. And I think it's important for us to ensure that our voices are known throughout that life cycle. They may look different throughout the life cycle, but it's important that we share them and that we ensure that we make it known where that idea actually came from.
Sure.
So we can get the reward and ensure that we get the recognition.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah.
Georgina, moving to, I'm going to piggyback off the Gen Z. No, you said it? Gen X, yes, Gen X. But I think
dial-up phones.
But I think even when you're talking about the different generations, there's so many things that we can all learn from each generation. There's things that we possibly want to change and be like, let's possibly not do that. We can do this better. But how do we then, in the workplace, when you're dealing with all these different generations, backgrounds, privileges, how do we make it a practical sort of exercise? How do we have those uncomfortable conversations? Because even with the bringing everybody in the room, it's about having those uncomfortable conversations, but not getting stuck in them. How do we practically say, okay, look, we can't fix it, in this one meeting. We can't go on a team retreat and everything changes and everything's wonderful and we love each other and it's kumbaya. But how do we be honest? How do we show up? How do we have the difficult conversations, but the necessary conversations, but also understanding that different experiences will kind of, I don't want to say, give you a blueprint, or they'll imprint on how you show up in a space.
Sure.
Because yes, as a black person, speaking to elders, direct eye contact is, oh, are we fighting now? But in different communities, it's a yes, let's have a conversation, direct eye contact, it's not a fight. So how do we then have the intergenerational discussions, the working together, the collaborating, the giving each other room to be and to breathe and to bring our best foot forward, but also tackling the tough parts?
I think actually the answer to this question has actually been given during the course of the presentations today.
Yeah.
Because I think we've talked a lot about inclusivity. I think we've talked about diversity in its broadest possible form. I think we've talked about having people in the room who do not look and sound like you, who do not have the same voice as you, who aren't just an echo chamber. And I think, I think if we can move forward in how we recruit people, how we bring people into our team, how we make sure that our own visibility isn't dulling anybody else's visibility. And that is something that possibly generationally you grow into more, because when you're younger, let me rather say when I was younger, I was a lot more, I was very vocal, I was very, very competitive, I wanted to be seen, I wanted to be recognized. I certainly took advantage of my privilege, I'll own it, and there may have been people along the way who I didn't bring with me, because actually it was a race. I thought it was a race. It was a race to that top job, and we were in competition. And so I'm sorry I wasn't bringing you with me. In fact, I was trying to run faster than you. Was it a fair race? Absolutely not. But I saw it as a race. as I've got older and hopefully a little bit wiser, although that's up for debate, I've realized that actually it isn't a race, and the only race that it may be is with myself, actually, and a race to wisdom and enlightenment. And so bringing other people along on the journey is far more enriching than doing it on your own. So I guess when you're younger, possibly, your approach to this is a little bit different. I remember when I was a lot younger and I had my mentor who kept telling me, Georgina, when you grow up, and I found it the most patronizing thing. So I kept thinking, well, what do you mean? I'm grown up. And I get it already, but the truth is the more experience you can get and the more you can tap into mentors and sponsors and leverage, on their experience, the better it will be for you. But I do want to stop for 1 second and just talk about this visibility aspect. And I challenge everybody in the room to just take a moment and think about your quest for your own visibility. Does it dull anybody else's? And if it does, how can you adjust your behaviors? Because we are better as a collective. And that the race actually isn't against the person next to you. It's only really against yourself. You will get to your destination in your own time. You don't have to trade on other people in your haste to get there. I'm sounding so Buddha at the moment. Everything will happen the way it's meant to happen and the time it's meant to happen. And there have been many hurdles in my own life that I haven't understood. Like, why? I tried so hard. I pushed, I manifested, I did everything. Why did this not work out? And only 1 or 2 years later, I've looked back and thought, I know why that didn't work out. Because it wasn't meant to work out then and there. So all good things in good time. I know that's difficult to hear when you are young and ambitious. You're in the golden years of 35 to 45. Those are your golden years. You are perceived as age privileged in those years. You are perceived as being more promotable even. You can hear we were in Talent Solutions. I interviewed a really outstanding candidate the other day who was 50. And I referred them to my client who said, Georgina, 50? I mean, are they going to have the energy for this job? I mean, I was horribly offended because I said, Mr. Client, do you think I have energy? And he said, absolutely. I said, well, I hate to tell you I'm way older than that. So, you kind of become a little bit even invisible when you reach a certain age, and it's about making sure you are still visible, but not at the expense of anybody else.
Love that. Thank
Sorry,
you so much.
long-winded answer.
No. It touches on so many different things because it's still, at the end of the day, about inclusion.
It is about inclusion, and it's about inclusion. We've already had the talk about it. In its broadest possible sense. It's about inclusion. I have a neurodiverse son as well. And it's really opened my eyes into real inclusivity. When we talked about being inclusive, it was about, a lady can have a seat at the boardroom table. Lucky you. And then it was maybe a lady of color, even more lucky. I mean, really, we have moved so beyond those ridiculous, narrow definitions of inclusivity. In 2025, and it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that when we invite people into conversations, those people don't look like us, they don't speak like us, they don't have thoughts like us. We want different voices. Please don't create echo chambers.
Thank you. Do you want to jump in?
I wanted to add on that, we spoke about the playbook. I think we need to rewrite the playbook. I don't think that we need to be handed a playbook and we need to live by the rules of the playbook. I think we need to challenge the playbook. I think the playbook was probably written at a time where none of the different facets of diversity
100%.
existed. And I think we need to go into our workspaces and actually challenge it and rewrite the playbook.
Love that. And I think it's even important to realize that even that playbook the rewriting of it, it's not an overnight thing.
Yeah.
I
No.
think a lot of the
It's a
times when we
process,
talk
it's a
about...
journey. It's iterative.
Yes, it's
It
a
evolves.
constant, it's a constant
Constantly.
evolution.
100%.
Because we have to dismantle so many different things. We're like, okay, wait, this was written in a time very different from us, where it was women, where if you were differently abled, how do we include, how do we have those conversations, different generations. So it's even just to ensure that we say, okay, does this still work? No, it doesn't work. Move it. How do we rewrite it? How do we still make it ours? But also not even be offended when the next generation says, oh, it was lovely, that I'm loving the wave, ladies. So a minute ago you were like this, now you're like, nah, in terms of time. But even understanding that it's okay to have a different generation to come in, or even your peers, to say, no, actually, my experiences have meant this, so this doesn't work because of X, Y, and Z.
Collaborate around
yes,
it, share it,
absolutely.
make it accessible, evolve it, iterate.
Perfect. Yanela, how are you going to be rewriting the playbook?
I love that question. I absolutely love that question. I think for me, the biggest role that I would play in rewriting the playbook is getting the authorities that are in charge of this playbook to realize that it's actually not your playbook. You are designing this playbook for the people that it affects. Therefore, my role is to bring myself in as well as bring other people in. So I think rewriting it is a process of opening it up to people, the people that it actually affects, the stories that get overlooked, the stories that aren't considered, because that's actually who the playbook needs to work for. And I think because roles have evolved drastically over the years, we need to make sure that we're bringing in a lot of voices so that our corporate norms are inclusive of different approaches to working, of different working situations. But I think the biggest thing for me in rewriting the playbook, if I were to add one line, is just show up as yourself. You don't need to show up as the loudest, the most prominent, but authenticity is so powerful, and I think it's become so cliche, but I promise you, the number of people at work that pull me aside after a meeting and say, oh my gosh, I just love how calm you are. I never thought that would be a compliment I get in corporate, because Wolf of Wall Street, we must all be crazy and loud and like boisterous, but I think it's taken me 5 compliments to actually realize that that's my visibility. It's not about being loud. They see me because I'm who I am. So, yeah.
That's brilliant. I love that.
Can I say one more thing? I think we've got people in this room rewriting playbooks already, right here in front of us. Nicole,
Yes,
you're rewriting playbooks.
Okay. I'm going to ask my timekeepers at the back, do we have time for a question? No questions? No, we are done. They are throwing us off the stage. Thank you so much for the amazing audience, for the opportunity to be here. Our conversation today was amazing. We'll still be here if you have any questions for our panelists. You guys were amazing. Thank you so much. So to rewriting the playbook, ladies. Thank you. Our picture.
Wow, I can't believe we are approaching our last guest speaker for the day. So I know it's been a long day, but we do have some mimosas at the end to look forward to. Woo! So do stay afterwards and network, get your business cards out and connect with people on LinkedIn. Definitely do that. So thank you so much to the panel. I don't know if you all agree, but today's been amazing. For me, I'm like, these speakers, they've done such a great job. It's just been so good. So it's not us as the speakers, it's like literally, we're just so grateful for everyone just adding their flair, their special nuggets to our event. So thank you so much. So without further ado, do I have the clicker? I do not have the, aha. So we are at the JSE, Joburg Stock Exchange, and we are so honored to have our next final keynote for the day, and that is the Group CEO of the Joburg Stock Exchange, Johannesburg. So, she's a doctor as well, Dr. Leila Fourie. She is, as I said, this Group CEO of the JSE, where she's led bold transformations of financial sectors through innovation and strategic vision, with a distinguished career that includes leadership roles in other organizations like Standard Bank and other financial institutions. Dr. Fourie has been at the forefront of modernizing markets and driving global competitiveness. She was also, last year, our Africa Regional Award Lifetime Achievement Award winner, and she joined us in Paris, where she represented Africa on a global stage. So Leila is a friend of Women in Tech. We love her. She's an inspiration, and we just want to give her the biggest round of applause for coming and joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everybody. It was amazing to see, to feel the energy in the room when I arrived, and I realized it was quite ironic that a couple of our panelists were making the point around being relatable. And it's funny how you walk into a room and you see people who look or dress like you, all these women, and you immediately feel energized. And we have to own our space and not rely on looking similar or feeling as if you're relatable, but just build that inner strength. So it's absolutely wonderful to see you here today and to be with you all. Thank you very much for inviting me. So before I reflect on some of the incredible stories that a lot of you have heard, I want to offer a couple of just very personal reflections, not just for women in tech, but for someone, myself, who has spent a lot of time in nature climbing mountains, both literally and figuratively. And some of you may know that I'm an avid mountaineer, and I've spent countless hours on rock faces, chasing summits, moving through silence, and sometimes moving through winds so fierce that they've drowned out my every thought. And in those moments of raw challenge, and we've all had them, mine might have been either on mountains or around the board table, but we've all had those moments of challenge. And I came to understand something very profound. The mountain doesn't ask for credentials, it doesn't recognize titles or backgrounds or fears. It offers no shortcuts and no guarantees. It simply asks, will you keep on climbing? I'm going to repeat that. Will you keep on climbing? So today we've heard from women who answered this question with quite incredible brilliance and courage. Women in cybersecurity whose stories remind us that visibility isn't about what other people see. It's about being recognized for your insight and your impact. We heard from women across generations, some of whom were even on the panel, baby boomers to Gen Z, and each of you with a different rhythm, with a different lens, and a different truth. And yet, every story shared the same sentiment. We are here and we are making a difference. Then we turned, of course, to AI, and not as a distant concept, but more as a tool for balance. And for me, it's for reclaiming time, creating space to breathe and to think and to live. Because being boldly visible also means being fully present. And so still, as I turn my reflections back to the JSE, a similar question arises. How do we keep on climbing in our respective organizations? And the instinctive answer might be through innovation. And yes, we've made great, bold strides. We've moved from an open outcry to a digital system. We've launched sexy systems which we call Colo 2.0, or development of a data lake and the modernization of large-scale systems. We've had initiatives for the man in the street like Claim It. But each one of these are a foothold on our ascent. And so the true climb, the true measure of our climb doesn't lie in the technology that we build, but it's really in the people that we uplift. At the JSC, our listings requirements bear a testament to the efforts that mandate all listed companies to institute a policy for promoting gender diversity at board level, and they report their performance against it. There was a report issued in 2024 by the UN Sustainable Stock Exchanges Initiatives, and it looks at the concept of gender equality in corporate leadership. And this report indicated that the JSE continues to be the only stock exchange from a developing country in the G20 that ranked above the average in the group. It's a bit embarrassing that you clap and that we celebrate it, because for me, the report showed that women hold 33% of all board seats in the top 100 listed companies. And this was something that was hailed across the industry. But 33 out of 100, is that good enough? Is that acceptable? We are either 50 or 51% of the population. And so while it's a positive acknowledgement from the Sustainable Stock Exchanges Initiative, you know, I think you'll agree with me that really more needs to be done to transform our boardrooms and to attain that inclusivity, that sense that I felt when I walked through the door and saw all these people that look and behave like me as a female. It needs to reflect the diversity of our country, both from a gender but also from a race perspective. So, in leading by example, at the JSC, we have a 60% representation of females on our board. And at my executive exco level, 75% of us are female. And so this very much highlights our support for growth and prosperity and women in the organization, but it comes with some complexities. If one of the two males are off ill or traveling, the last guy standing is really quite outnumbered. So we do need more diversity around our table, and I think it's something that I need to think about when we get an opportunity to expand. So with all of that, we invest in quite a few programs and initiatives at the JSC that encourage women empowerment, inclusivity, and diversity. And I myself am also very strongly involved in a number of these. And as an example, we began the Women in IT Forum and hosted the 10th Women Advanced IT Leadership Exchange, which is a platform which is designed to provide a safe and impactful platform for women in IT to address important issues and unearth solutions and really take the IT fraternity forward. And it's very much similar to what has brought all of you together, and it's just so wonderful to see so many talented people in such a sought-after field. We also have a digital academy, which is a dedicated program designed to nurture and uplift young talent in the JSC, and it equips them with the skills and the exposure that they need to thrive in technology and all of the adjacent fields. And moreover, later this month, we will be hosting what is one of my favorite events, one of two favorite events on our annual calendar, and that is the She Invests conference. It's an initiative which is dedicated to bridging the investment gap and advancing economic empowerment, and also fostering a very vibrant community of women investors. This is people off the street, mamas and gogos, and we've had a couple of 13-year-old investors who I was so impressed by. One girl's father dropped her off, and I actually decided to mentor her and sponsor an initial investment into ETFs. And the next year, we had both of those young girls back to talk about what they'd done with their investment. And it was so uplifting to see that in such a young age. I kind of thought, would I ever have asked my parents to drop me off at a financial education initiative when I was 13? It was quite an indictment and quite an inspiration. We also are a very proud supporter of the Private Sector Coalition Against Gender-Based Violence and Harassment in the Workplace. And it's an initiative that's driving very meaningful change and transformative policies and practices. And internally, we reinforce this commitment through education, policies and resources that create safe pathways for women who are navigating GBV-related challenges. And you would be surprised at the number of people who are navigating such unspeakable challenges. So as we conclude, I really want to thank all the people who have joined. I want to thank the panelists and every woman whose story was reflected in today's conversations. I was sitting listening to the panel now, and every insight that was shared resonated so strongly with me and was so beautifully articulated, and left me feeling quite emotional and quite committed. So let us all make a pact to leave here not just inspired to boldly be committed and climbing, but to do so boldly and visibly together. Thank you so much for joining, and it's absolutely wonderful and a great privilege to be able to host such an auspicious and an important event at the JSE, and I wish you an absolutely awesome evening. And thank you again to the organizers for the wonderful work that you're doing. Thank you.
There we go.
Can you click for us? We've lost the clicker. There we go. Okay, go now.
So as we come to the end of our amazing day, again, I just want to thank our sponsors. I want to thank JSE for also hosting us, and for just all of you guys being here today and just making a real positive memory for me. Like it's just been really so inspiring. And even though we do these events all the time, every event is different. I think this one is just extra special. So hopefully you also enjoyed it. We do have a few things just to mention around events. Are we doing that?
We do, we can. Absolutely.
Should we go to the next slide? Oh. This one's also important. So if you wondered, what is Women in Tech? How do I get involved with Women in Tech? How do I get involved with the community and get access to resources and be able to know when our next events are, etc.? If you want to take a picture of the QR code there, it will take you to our hub. You can also search for it as WIT-H, so like with absa.com. And that will give you free access. It's a free membership. There's no monies needed. You just need to come and join, and you need to basically see what's on offer, whether you want to upskill, join our mentorship program, or just be aware of the events coming up. Anything else I've missed on this? All good? And then, do you guys want to say something?
Okay, this is one that we want to tell you all about, but we've got some prizes as well to also announce. But just for all of you, especially seeing that you are based in Johannesburg, on the 18th of September, we have a conference and our Regional Africa Awards evening happening. And we're doing it for the first time in Johannesburg. So we have got tickets available and open for that. It's also obviously a great opportunity to tell your companies to maybe buy a table and help sponsor obviously the events and that are happening. But it's really awesome. The conference is going to be great. Fabulous speakers like we had today, and then the actual awards really get us a chance to recognize the incredible talent that is out there and the incredible work that has been done over 9 different categories, ranging from aspiring teen right through to lifetime achievement awards. So really awesome opportunity. Come and join us. There's some fabulous entertainment. If you haven't heard already, I will tell you that, because we have shared it, that Lyra is actually going to be performing for us and is one of our guest speakers. So I'm sure she's going to tell her story, which is, I've heard her once before, so that's why I wanted her, which is amazing. So be there for that, but please have a look. We're advertising it all the time. There is a link. Join us. We'd love to see you all because you're a fabulous audience. And last thing I wanted to say, just based on some of the conversations that we were hearing today, there's a program that Mal and I facilitate, and Malani as well, actually. I forgot about that. She got us into it. It's called hashtag I'm Remarkable. And I just want to say to you guys, you are all remarkable. And the 2 principles of the hashtag remarkable that fits in so well with the conversations that we were having is that it's not bragging if it's based on facts. Yeah. And the second one, accomplishments do not speak for themselves. And that is the 2 principles of what the hashtag remarkable movement is all about. So I just wanted to share those 2 things with you because I think it just sums up a lot of what we've actually been saying today. So remember those things, okay? So number 1, it's not bragging if it's based on fact. And number 2, accomplishments do not speak for themselves. Great, that's me. Well on. We'll do the awards.
Okay, all right. I just want to perhaps close by saying I'm feeling very short. Mel is taller today. I just want to remind all the leaders in the room that can we just leave this room and remember that leadership is a privilege. So when you are in this role, you influence and affect other people's lives. So as we leave, can we just make sure that we go and inspire, we challenge the norms, but we lift others as we rise unapologetically. So thank you so much.
And just, you see the QR code on the screen. We've got so many QR codes everywhere. This QR code is for UNICAF, which is an educational platform if you want to study a degree. There's hundreds of degrees, different kind of degrees that you can do, affiliated with 5 different universities in the UK. But it's fully online, self-paced learning. And if you scan this QR code, you get 80% scholarship immediately.
Okay.
I'll go back.
Okay, take a picture. We'll leave it up there. Okay, now we're going to get to the prizes. Now you have to think now. We're going to ask 3 questions, and you guys have to adjudicate. Okay, watch the hands. Yeah, see, I can work. You have to adjudicate, and the winners are going to get a free ticket to the conference and the awards. How much is the ticket? Yeah. No. No? What are you going to say? Okay. Right, so here's question 1. Are you ready? Have you got your arms? Okay. What is... No, put it down. What is Women in Tech's vision? Mission. Vision and mission. Come on, it's an easy one. It's got something to do with 5. There we go. Yes. Woohoo! Fantastic. Okay, one ticket gone. All right. Okay, number 2. What is the name of our platform that we have been asking you all day to join up?
She was first.
Okay, not her. Okay, cool.
No.
Okay, next was...
Next one was there.
Yes. Okay, ticket number 2 over there. Mel's jogging today. Okay, and then let's think of a good one. All right, 3rd and final one. What is the name of the protocol that we ask you? Whoa. We've got to come out another question. No. Okay, we can't do that one. There were too many hands. Okay, we got another question. What other one should we give them? Huh? Oh, yes. How old is woman in tech, South Africa? There we go. Ladies, thank you so much. It was an absolute privilege to spend the afternoon with you guys. Keep rising, keep shining, and keep supporting each other. And we'll see you for the next exciting round. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, and there's cocktails and coffee. Please join us. And can the roving book please come back to Koli?
I just mentioned the invitation was